Hi, Lubabalo.
Hello, Chairperson.
How are you?
I'm okay, Chairperson, and yourself?
I'm okay.
Yeah. I nearly made a mistake. You saved me by opening the video because
Uh,
your gadget again is showing the numbers. So I'm just renaming you now.
hey, I don't know what's happening with this computer. It doesn't want to open automatically. I have to go to Zoom and what to the apps and put in the password and the ID. So I don't know what's happening with it.
Okay.
But as long as I'm here.
Yes, yes, that's the most important part. Yes.
By the way, who's coming is the chairperson of the board and the AG, Madulek.
In fact, the list that has been submitted does not have Deputy AG and AG.
Oh,
It's Miss Alice, who is the head of the portfolio, Mr. Tumisani Tadekulu, Yandasaki, and Mr. Hirohito Dikobo. So
oh,
maybe if the AG is going to be part of the delegation, it might be a surprise. The reason why I did not pay attention to it too much is because once we sent an invitation, the AG asked for your numbers, and I was told that she wants to have a word with you.
oh,
So right now I just assumed that it was in relation to both meetings. I'm not even sure whether she did phone you.
I haven't received a call from her. Maybe a missed call. I don't have her number.
Okay.
It's possible that she called, but
Okay. But
maybe.
it was long time ago.
Oh,
Yes, it was long time ago. It was not this week. Like, to remember myself and Estelle, we always arrange these things a little bit early and give people
okay,
enough time to prepare. So it was like, yeah, long time around. It was still during recess when we sent out the invitations and we were organized.
okay, okay. No,
And then
I remember,
once they,
I don't know if it was about this or something else because I remember Lizelle telling me that she wants to have a meeting with me.
that one, it's something else. With respect to these two meetings, I was
Mm,
advised that she wants to have a word with you. Um,
okay,
because I think I'm not sure whether it's this week or next week she will be out of the country.
okay,
So yeah, that was the reason. So that's why, like I'm saying, when I received this list of delegation, I did not pay attention because I just assumed that she
she
spoke
might
with
have
you.
spoken to me.
Yes, yes,
Okay, all
yes.
right. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Thank you.
We don't have provinces, ne?
No,
We invite them.
we did not invite them formally, Chairperson, but when I sent the link yesterday, I also included the provinces.
Okay,
Yes. The reason being, the AGSA, they also do go around the country doing road shows, briefing provinces. So I was like, there's no need. It might happen that they've already been briefed or the briefings, the road shows are underway. So
mm,
yes, but when I sent the link yesterday, I included the province.
okay. We'll see who's here will advise if
Yes,
the, yeah,
they are here.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Estelle.
Good morning, Mr. Dikobo. You're welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson. I'm just going to request that you please give me hosting rights for me to share the presentation.
Okay. Lubabalo, can you do that, please? Lubabalo or Estelle? Can you give Mr. Dikobo the hosting rights?
Oh, yes. Yes, Chairperson. I do have that instruction, so I'm going to sort it out.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And I must just say that my principals will be joining in about 5 minutes.
And who are the principals?
It's going to be Miss Alice Miller, who is the head of portfolio, as well as Mr. Timisani Kibekulu,
Oh.
the business unit leader.
Oh, okay. You'll sort it out. I don't know who's going to lead the delegation. You'll sort it out. I think maybe you have planned already. I'll just give it over to you when the time is here.
No, thanks, Chairperson. It's going to be Miss Alice Miller who's going to be leading the delegation.
Miss Miller.
Miss Miller, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Recording in progress.
Mr. Dikobo. Mr. Dikobo. Mr. Dikobo. SD, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Oh, okay. Okay,
I
thanks.
can hear you,
Yeah.
Babalo.
Mr. Dikobo, can you please stop sharing your screen for now? Ne? You
All
will
right.
start sharing when the chairperson has invited you.
Noted, sir.
Thank you, Baba. Hello, chairperson.
Hello, Babalo. How many members are there? Oh, I see now you are 14.
Yeah, yes, chairperson. Chair for now, Miss Alice and Miss Alice Mula and Mr. Dumisan Kebekulu have joined.
Okay.
But from the members' side, you are still the only one. So I wanted to give you that update. If it is okay with you, kindly give me a few minutes. As soon as we have 4 or 5 members, I am going to draw you for your attention, or we have Honorable Okampo now, and hand over to you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Apologies on that score. Honorable Dictator, you're welcome, and the team from AG was still checking on other members to join. As soon as they're available or they've joined, just give us a few minutes.
You are on mute now, Chairperson. Hello, 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 Cha You were still on the platform and then you disappeared.
I'm on mute. I'm still available.
Okay, okay.
Now I've opened my mic. Do we have enough members?
Yes, right now we have enough members. We have Honorable Raida, Honorable Okam, Honorable Mamarahane is on the platform now.
Okay.
I think you can start your meeting right now, Chairperson. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lubabalo. A very good morning to you, honorable members, and the team from the AG's office. You are all welcomed into this meeting. I'm not sure if we have members from the provinces. We note that the AG has been on the roadshow, has gone to the provinces to brief the provinces, but nevertheless, we invited the members of the provinces to can join us if they are available. You are all welcomed in this important meeting. We have only one item for today, which is the briefing by the Auditor General of South Africa. And hopefully members will find it necessary because, it deals with the issues that are very core to us, the conditional grant expenditure that is meant to give the community members or the citizens of our country the services. So we'll hear from the AG how the municipalities fared on that note. Can I check Lubabalo or Estelle if we have apologies?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson, and honorable members who are present in the meeting. Yes, Chairperson, we have 3 apologies. We have an apology from Honorable Dutoit. He is out of the country in Germany with the Wipari. We have an apology from Honorable Nita. She has got another meeting which is clashing with this one. There's also an apology from Honorable Mamarahane. Even though she has joined, she indicated that she might have to leave, say, around 20 past if that situation still remains the same. Those are the few apologies, Chairperson, that we received. Thank you.
Okay. Nothing from Honorable Karim, because I just missed his call. I don't know if...
Apologies, Chairperson. Honorable Karim was struggling to join, but I've just accepted him right now as you were speaking about him. Yes.
Oh, okay. I think he experienced the same problem. Just saw his message. Welcome, my Honorable Karim.
Yes, I really suffered with anxiety and distress and trauma because I knew you'd get mad at me. And Lubabalo, of course, if I'm 1 minute before a meeting, if I'm not there, he thinks I'm late. He marks me absent. So I was worried.
No, it doesn't happen like that. But we are happy
I'm teasing.
I know. I also struggled, and I can understand how frustrating it is. Honorable members, I see. Honorable Ryder also struggled because he has just named or declared today a link day. So I think what you're meaning is that you also struggled, but we are happy that we are on here, and the link will not disappoint us until we finish our meeting. Ms. Meller.
On a point of order. There is a point of order.
Yes.
It's not a laughing matter, Chairperson. But don't you think because Lubabalo is so strict and to the T and rigorous and bureaucratic, he should resign as a matter of honor that he caused this disruption for 2 minutes? Don't you think a person of his caliber should resign?
That's not an order.
I'm
That's
teasing. I'm teasing. Okay.
He's also laughing. He knows that you're teasing. Honorable members, let's give this opportunity to Ms. Mella and her team from the AG's office to give us a presentation. Over to you, AG. And
Thank
if there's
you very
anyone
much.
from, sorry, if there is any member from the province, you're welcome, and also you are allowed to participate as a member. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ms. Mella.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members on the call. I will be sharing my presentation today with Dumisani Sebekulu. He's a seasoned executive also in the Auditor General, and he's also the sector leader for the metros. And maybe I must also add, Dumisani is also the BU leader for the Gauteng province. But he's really close to the metro, so he can share from his heart what's happening in the metro space. Chair, we will be doing this presentation today in line with our constitutional mandate to strengthen democracy in the country, and I really trust that this presentation today is going to enable you as oversight with the important work that you are doing day to day, especially in the local government space, and how we need to monitor the spending and what's happening with every rand spent in that space. We'll see if you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Chair, maybe before I get to the outcomes, I think there's just a few comments that I would like to make. The first one being that local government faces really serious challenges, and especially to gain the trust again of citizens, because they've been deprived of basic services for a number of years, whether it's water, sanitation, wastewater treatment works that's problematic, that was in the news lately, the condition of roads. So there's been a characteristic that's been developed over a number of years of local government being prone to accountability and service delivery failures, poor governance, capacity issues, as well as instability. Now, the outcomes I'm going to talk to is for the year ending 21-22, so it's a year ago. It's last year's audit outcomes. We've just started the audit cycle for this year. And when the AG ended off the year before the one I'm reporting to you now, it was a call to new councils to come, when they come in, to really pay attention to the tone at local government institutions, to say, and she called it, she would like councils to provide courageous, ethical, accountable and citizen-centric leadership. That was really a call. And as we now look at the outcomes, this is the first year of the new administration, and councils still need to attend to this. I think that context is very important. When we then look at the outcomes, you will note that we'll see the next slide, please. When we then look at the outcomes, the picture hasn't changed much. There's a lot of stagnation in audit outcomes. But let me start off with some of the good news. So at the bottom of the slide, we talk about the submission of financial statements that improved from 81 to 91%. Now, this is significant. In the previous year, there was close to 20% of local government did not submit their financial statements on time. And last year, that percentage increased significantly. And it's something that we would like to see to continue. This year, it was also about 90%. It's good if we can sustain that 90% submission rate. The other good news is that there is still pockets of excellence in local government that we cannot move away from. And those are mainly in the clean audit space. Maybe just to add again, just for clarity, that we don't say clean audit is good service delivery. What we do say is that they get the basics right. Financial statements, no audit query on financial statements. No non-compliance was noted during our audit process. And when we then look at the performance information of the municipality, we assess that information to be reliable, it's complete, it's accurate. So it whether good or bad, the services that were delivered can be relied on, or what's been reported can be relied on, that those services have been performed.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we can see the screen, then you can proceed.
Okay, can you see my screen? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thanks.
So you can start the timer now, if that's okay.
Okay, proceed. Please time yourself 10 minutes.
I will do so. Thank you, sir. So thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, members of the committee. So I am representing the research unit on the economics of excisable products based at the University of Cape Town. We've done a lot of work over multiple years in a variety of different areas to do with excise taxes, specifically on tobacco and alcohol. And that's what I would like to talk to you about today, specifically about cigarette taxation. Also, I want to make a few comments about e-cigarette taxation as well as alcohol taxation. So, Chair, on the graph, what you're seeing is the excise tax changes over the last number of years, the last 14 years, in fact. And what we see is that from about 2012 onwards, the excise tax increase on tobacco products has remained slightly above or practically at the level of inflation in South Africa. In fact, in 2022 and in 2023, the excise tax increases have been less than the inflation rate. What that means is that the real value of the excise tax has been decreasing. What is disturbing from a public health perspective is that smoking prevalence over the last number of years has been increasing. From the mid-1990s through to about 2017, we have seen a consistent decrease in smoking prevalence. Smoking prevalence in 2017 was approximately 20%. In 2021, that's the most recent data that we have available, smoking prevalence has increased to 24%. That is very bad from any perspective. It's bad from a public health perspective, and of course, it is also bad from a country perspective altogether. So, of course, the question will get asked, and that is, what about illicit trade? The answer is, and I'm going to show you that in a moment, illicit trade in South Africa is a very significant problem. Illicit trade is more than 50% of the market, according to our estimates. However, if we look at the international literature, and also as I will demonstrate to you in a moment, in South Africa, illicit trade is not associated with an increase in the excise taxes. Illicit trade has to do much more with things like insufficient enforcement, organized crime syndicates, levels of corruption, inadequate sanctions for offenders, and porous borders. In some countries, the literature indicates that there is a relationship between an increase in the excise tax and an increase in illicit trade. That is not the case in South Africa. We should not be listening to the tobacco industry, where they would probably argue for a decrease in the excise tax as a means to try and reduce illicit trade. Let's have a look at this diagram over here. What it shows is the situation in South Africa between 1994 and 2022 on the horizontal axis. The black line indicates what is the estimate of illicit trade in South Africa. We see that on the primary y-axis. And what we see is that since about 2010, we have seen a very dramatic increase in illicit trade, and illicit trade currently is well over 50% of the market. However, if we look at the blue lines indicate the percentage change in the excise tax. Throughout the 1990s, excise taxes were increasing dramatically by up to 20% or more per year. Since 2011, excise tax increases in real terms have not increased much at all. So the argument that the increase in illicit trade is driven by an increase in the excise tax is simply not true. We want to really emphasize this. In South Africa, illicit trade is not driven by an increase in the excise tax. It is driven by criminal elements, and those criminal elements need to be addressed by the appropriate authorities. I'd like to quickly talk about e-cigarettes taxation. So e-cigarettes have not been around for all that long. They were only invented in 2003. They have become exceedingly popular in South Africa, and in the beginning of June 2023, we find that the Treasury has imposed an excise tax on e-cigarettes. That excise tax is levied on the volume of e-liquid at the rate of R2.90 per milliliter of e-liquid, irrespective of the nicotine content of that e-liquid. What we see in South Africa is that e-cigarettes are used by a variety of different groups of people, but especially amongst children. These are kids that have typically not used normal cigarettes, and they have just initiated a nicotine addiction by starting with e-cigarettes. To a study by colleagues at the University of Town, 27 survey that was conducted in 9 schools last year. Unfortunately, e-cigarette taxation at the moment is not particularly well targeted. And the reason for that is that the product that are typically sold, or rather purchased by youngsters, contain relatively little e-liquid and are thus attracting a relatively little taxation, whereas the products that are purchased by regular vapors and older vapors and people who use vaping mechanisms to reduce their normal cigarette smoking are being taxed at a relatively higher rate because of the greater volume of e-liquid that they purchase. Our proposal is that the National Treasury should consider imposing a minimum excise tax on e-liquid based on the container. And we are suggesting something like 50 Rand per container. In the submission that we have made to you, Chair, we give you some information and some additional data on how to implement that minimum excise tax on e-cigarettes. I want to finish off my discussion by talking about alcohol taxation. I would like to just give some numbers to the committee so that that would provide potential context to further submissions that might be made later. If we have a look at what has happened to taxation on cigarettes and on alcohol over an extended period of time, since the early 1990s, we see that cigarette excise taxation have increased very, very dramatically. In fact, by 600% from the early 1990s to its current levels. If we have a look at what has happened to the excise taxes on beer, we see that beer excise taxes have increased in real terms by about 80 to 90% over that very extended 33-year period. On spirits, what we see is that the excise tax has also increased by more than that on beer, but by substantially less than the excise tax increase on cigarettes. What we also notice, if you look at 2022 and 2023, is that the real excise tax on these products have decreased over the last 2 years. What we also notice is that there are huge differences in how different alcohol categories are being taxed.
Can you please try to roll the the slides, because we only have one slide for a long time. E-cigarette taxation.
Oh, Chair,
or is this the last one?
What slide are you looking at the moment, Chair?
E-cigarette taxation, is it 6?
Slide number 5.
It's not number 5.
Okay, no, I am already on slide number 7 and 8. From my side, it works. I don't know what you can see. All right, let me just see. I see. Chair, I don't know.
It's not a problem. We have the written submission. You can continue so that you can conclude.
Yes. Let me just. I see that the screen seems to be blocked over there, but let me just go back. So the point that I'm making, Chair, is that currently we see that there's huge differences in the excise taxes on different categories of alcohol. The product that is most taxed is spirits, and that is taxed at a rate of 257 Rand per litre of pure alcohol. If we look at beer taxation, it is levied at a tax of 127 Rand per litre of pure alcohol, which is exactly half the excise tax at which the spirits is being taxed at. We also notice that wines are subject to substantially less tax even than beer and much less tax than spirits. So basically what we are finding is that there is huge discrepancies in terms of how different alcohol products get handled. The question that we would like to raise with you, Chair, is that we believe that alcohol is equally harmful in whatever form that it gets consumed, whether it is in the form of spirits, in the form of beer, in the form of wine, or in the form of other products, and that big difference that currently exists in terms of the differences in taxation should be addressed by the National Treasury. What we would hope for is that there's going to be a squeezing and a convergence of the excise tax on these things. Then my last slide, Chair, is this slide over here. You might hear today that illicit trade in alcohol is out of control. We do not see that in the numbers. What I am showing in this presentation over here is that the revenue that we are getting from alcohol has been increasing consistently over an extended period of time, with the exception of 2020, for understandable reasons of the sales bans in 2020. We do see a very significant drop-off in the revenue received from cigarettes, and we can see that in the numbers. We know that illicit trade in cigarettes is a problem. However, there is no problem in terms of illicit trade in alcohol in terms of the numbers that we see. So in terms of the numbers that we see, there is no reason to believe that there suddenly is this huge problem as might be presented later on and has been already presented in the past in the media by the alcohol industry. So we make 5 recommendations. The first recommendation is that we propose that the excise tax on tobacco products be increased in the next budget cycle. The second proposal is that the government should impose a multi-year taxation approach where taxes on tobacco products, e-cigarettes, and alcohol increase annually by a pre-announced percentage over and above the inflation rate. The third one is that in order to address the very significant problem of illicit trade in South Africa would ratify the protocol to eliminate illicit trade in tobacco products. That is a protocol by the World Health Organization, and that fits under the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, which we have in fact ratified. Then lastly, I would propose that the government imposes a minimum excise tax amount on e-liquid. And the last proposal is that there would be a review of the taxation on alcohol, specifically on wine, such that the benchmarks between the 3 categories of wine, of alcohol, gets narrowed. thank you, Chair, for listening to me. I'm sorry about the technical issues.
Okay, thanks very much for your submission. The next stakeholder, British American Tobacco SA. Over to you. 10 minutes.
Oh, sorry. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of Parliament. I greet you today. Sorry about that. So for our presentation, we're just going to be covering a summary of our submission that we've already made to Parliament, to you, Chair. And it's just going to be 5 slides, and I won't take up the full 10 minutes, but I think I'll just highlight the salient points from the presentation. So if I may be allowed to present.
You are on the platform. You can go ahead, and if you have got slides, please share.
Yes, I'm just trying to find the presenter. Oh, there we go. If I can just confirm that everybody can see my slides or the slide.
Yes. Yeah, we
Okay.
can see the slide.
All right. So, Chair, thank you once again. Thank you very much for affording us the opportunity. The presentation is just going to highlight a few things that we've noticed in the market since the 2023-2024 budget that was announced earlier this year, where the tobacco industry got a 4.9% excise increase, as well as some much awaited news around what the interventions around illicit trade have been in the last year and are going to be for the following year. And we thank the Revenue Service for the efforts that they've put in thus far to be able to deal with the illicit trade. And we encourage them to continue with all efforts and any efforts that they need to take in order to deal with the illicit trade. However, by our view, we believe that we are only just scratching the surface of the bigger problem. We know that the issue, as the gentleman from UCT has already admitted, is beyond 50% of the market, and by our estimation, sits closer to 70% of the market, meaning that we're only collecting revenue from only 30% of the market. But what does this actually mean if you're only collecting 30% from the market? Well, it means from a net collection point of view from National Treasury, you're only collecting about 10 billion sticks worth of cigarettes revenue from a market which is about 30 billion sticks. The other 20 billion sticks is not being accounted for as we speak at the moment. What is obviously a big problem with this is that if we look at the increase in terms of total consumption of cigarettes from 2014 to year to date, in terms of our estimations, we've seen a growth in terms of consumption. And that growth is not coming through the duty-paid market. It's not coming through the 10 billion sticks that the National Treasury are going to be collecting. It's coming through the 20 billion sticks which are not being collected at the moment as consumers try to find other means to continue their consumption. So what is causing this consumption change? Well, there's a number of things which are happening from a structure of the market point of view. The first thing is that the informal sector versus last year has continued to grow again. We're sitting at 87% of the total cigarette market trading in the informal market and only 13% in the formal market. By way of just understanding what this actually means, it means that from the 13%, you are likely to be collecting about 7-8 billion rands worth of sticks in terms of revenue, because obviously there's a lot of levels of compliance there in terms of reporting of excise taxes and VAT. And in the informal market, it's anybody's guess what is being reported there in the market. But by our estimation, this is where the 20 billion sticks is getting lost. Further to this, there's been a change in the consumption habits in the market, where in the past, in the 1990s, early 2000s, pack was the popular form of consumption. It has now shifted to loose cigarette sticks as the main form of consumption because, again, consumers are struggling to afford the usual packs and are looking for cheaper alternatives. And in these tough economic times, it's understandable that consumers would go to the cheapest available smoke that we have in the market. Now, if we look at price trends within the formal sector versus the informal sector, we see that the formal sector has been absorbing excise increases over the years to try and obviously, comply with the intention of the excise duty to try and curb consumption. What we see in the informal sector, which is where a lot of the illicit activities are taking place, prices only grown up by 5% in a period of 4 years. That is way too low, given that from a total tax point of view, if you calculate all the excise increases over the years, we're looking at a 24.8% increase over the time. So the 4.8% anomaly points to a very big problem in terms of illicit trade in the market. So now, why are we making this an issue? Because price is a very big determinant in terms of what consumers are going to buy. So if they cannot afford a pack of cigarettes for 32 rands, they will look for another consumption pack, whether it be a single stick or an even cheaper pack to be able to consume their product. So to say that there is no link between price and illicit is not to understand the full dynamics of the market in terms of what consumers are looking for in terms of the consumption skews. So if we look at the final slide, if the final chart, sorry, to my left here, where we look at what is the cheapest available smoke in the country, there is some good news. It was 7 rands last year. Now we're at 10 rands this year in terms of the cheapest smoke that you can find in the market. But obviously, the cheapest legal smoke that you can find in the market is sitting at 32 rands in the market. There's a 22 rands difference in terms of pricing in the market. Now, if I'm a cash-strapped consumer who's looking for the smoke, the decision that I would make is pretty obvious in terms of where I would go to try and find my smoke. What is also important for us to acknowledge is that from our latest estimates, by the end of this fiscal year, we estimate that a further 3 billion sticks would have shifted into the informal market, where we have no idea if they will be collected on by the Revenue Service, will be declared by retailers in terms of sales that are going through their stores. So what does this all mean? Well, it basically means that from a policy point of view, there are some challenges that the current policy faces. The current policy is based off a most popular price category or most popular price point in the market, which we all know to be Peter Stuyvesant at the moment. Peter Stuyvesant is trading at 46 rands a pack of cigarettes, inclusive of all taxes, including the excise value. If we look at the weighted average price of a Peter Stuyvesant, it's not that far from the main price point to the retail selling price point of 42 rands 85. But the more concerning thing from a policy point of view is that if we are really going to be measuring the market on the most popular price point, not the most popular brand in the market, then the true median price in the market is actually sitting at 20 rands, which accounts for 15.6% of the total price landscape in the country. Peter Stuyvesant, which is the leading brand, only accounts for 0.7% of the total price landscape in the market. So what are our suggestions and proposals to the Revenue Authority and National Treasury? Well, we've got a few suggestions. The first is that please consider an excise change that will assist in dealing with the big problem of illicit trade. Further, consider the introduction of a minimum retail price to support the enforcement efforts and provide consumer visibility so that they know what the compliant price points in the market should be looking like. We need to introduce measures around monitoring of production, both for SACU and in line with the FCTC. And I think my learned gentleman from the UCT has also made this comment. And then also to assist the legal industry recover through moderate excise increases to be able to offer a option for consumers who still want to continue smoking to land at a price point that is available to them or open to them, and not be restrictive to them. Because ultimately what we're trying to do here, both Treasury as well as the industry, is to find a medium way for us to be able to help consumers with their consumption. The last one, and the one that we strongly advise, is to review the current policy away from the most popular price brand, which is Peter Stuyvesant or any other brand of that type, and adopt a weighted average price approach in terms of reading the market to get a true estimation of what prices in the market look like, so that when setting policy, it mirrors the reality of what the consumer is actually purchasing, and not just punishing a singular brand which is out of scope from a price landscape in essence. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, British American Tobacco, for your presentation. Thanks. Let's move to South African Breweries, SAB.
Morning, Honorable Chair, and morning to all that are online, including the MPs. Could I kindly, okay, thank you. See. Okay, let me just try and share screen properly. Okay, can anybody give me an indication of whether we can see the presentation?
Yeah, we can see our presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
10 minutes.
Okay. So basically, this presentation is meant to be a supplementary to the written submission made to the Standing Committee of Finance, as well as the Standing Committee of Finance governing the NCOP. In particular, we would like to note the adjustment made by the Minister of Finance on Budget Day, in particular on excise adjustment on alcohol, which was made at 4.9%. SAB in general welcomes this adjustment in line with projected inflation for the budget of this year, of this fiscal year in particular. We have noted that over the last 2 years, the Minister of Finance and the National Treasury in particular have kept the excise adjustment on alcohol on average in line with inflation. And this has been welcomed in general by the beer industry, because this has allowed us the certainty we need to plan, business plan for the year, and of course to invest into the medium term. A bit of context is as to what the beer industry contribution is to the South African economy is that to date, the Oxford Economics Research Unit has shown that R1 in every 79 Rand of GDP is coming from the beer industry. 1 in every 66 jobs is also coming from the beer value chain, amounting to 250,000 jobs in general contributing to South Africa. Also, in particular, in this fiscal conversation, we do make a 43 billion Rand contribution to taxes overall. On the back of having excise adjustments in line with projected inflation, this has allowed us to invest as part of the national strategy to increase the amount of investments in the country. To date, SAB has made a 12 billion Rand investment in 2 of our biggest breweries, in particular, our Prospecton Brewery in KZN and our Ibai Brewery in the Eastern Cape. Both projects are at their end, and this is a sign that tax certainty, in particular excise tax certainty, can reap quite substantial rewards. In particular, a focus on the multiplier effects emanating from investments are shown in the 14,000 possible jobs that could be created through our value chain in the Eastern Cape, as well as the 25,000 jobs that could be created through our value chain in KZN, given the opportunity to invest with a clear outlook as to what the excise adjustment will be over the medium term. Of course, we are cognizant of the environment and the industry in which we operate, and we've been quite particular and clear about our responsibility to South Africa and South Africa's socio-economic strategies in general. This includes having a program known as SAB Sharp, where we clearly articulate 4 pillars designed to promote responsible communities, responsible driving, responsible marketing, and responsible retailing. So across that, not only do we want to become a key economic contributor to South Africa, but we also plan and cognizant of the conversations around alcohol harm. We have made a constructive effort to align this with responsibility. Drilling into the current macroeconomic context in which we find ourselves in, given the tabling of the budget, what we have noted thus far is that the alcohol market is really facing, or has been facing, a tough first 7 months of 2023. In particular, like the rest of the food and beverages and tobacco sector, we have noted that inflation has taken some time to slow down, and consumers are still cash strapped even in this year, even though inflation had started increasing and escalating last year. We do note also that the interest rates hikes in particular have increased the indebtedness of household, and that has affected how much disposable income consumers have to spend on non-essential items like alcohol. We have also noted that the increase in utilities, in particular the price of electricity and the record levels of load shedding, have also affected both ourselves as manufacturers and consumers. In general, this has led to an unprecedented decline in the alcohol industry by 5% over the first 7 months of 2023. In particular, we've noted that over the last 20 years, the beer industry in general has grown by about 2%. Between 2022 and 2023, this has been 0.1%, so we haven't grown at all. This is part of a bigger conversation, and the Bureau of Economic Research recently updated their elasticities on the alcohol industry and the beer industry in particular. What it is showing is that consumers and the decline in disposable income over time has affected how consumers are responding to the alcohol industry in general and to the beer industry in particular. What we had seen in the 2010 study is that beer was relatively inelastic, and that consumers weren't declining their volume sales due to a decline in disposable income. However, this has since increased, and a decrease in disposable income that we have seen in this year in particular has led to a decline in sales and volumes in the beer industry in particular. What we have seen, and on the price side, is that consumers are very sensitive to beer prices. And this is basically, and the study in particular, has demystified this conception that the beer industry in particular is inelastic, and that excise increases that affect prices, and that beer consumers in particular can take very high beer price increases without shifting their volumes. This has subsequently changed, and this is mirrored by some of the big changes that have happened in the macroeconomic environment. What we would like to note, Chair, in particular, is that they have overall been above inflation excise increases since the excise policy has been revised in 2014. Although we have received 2 excise adjustments that have been relatively in line with projected inflation, this has been more of an exception than the rule, and we would like to see a long and sustainable path where the excise adjustment is increased in line with inflation, rather than sporadic periods in which it is increased for 2 years in line with projected inflation, and then increased in a very high plus or even double inflation in other years. There are great examples across the African continent that have created certainty for alcohol products and the beer industry in particular. We see Mozambique, Tanzania, and Nigeria giving all their markets a 3-year outlook on the excise adjustment, allowing for business planning as well as allowing for investments to take place. This has been a clear and a deliberate intention by those countries and their respective treasuries to really give a sense of what it means to give a tax outlook in very uncertain times, firstly, and secondly, because it allows their respective industries, in particular the beer industry, to really invest in those countries as well. Another point, Chair, and Reep had pointed to this earlier, is we haven't really seen the systemic issues in the excise policy for alcohol being dealt with by government in particular and National Treasury overall, as they have mentioned since Budget 2021 that they would be taking an excise policy review. In particular, we see that in terms of excise, that only beer and spirits are on an ABV-based or an alcohol content-based excise system, while wine is on a per liter system. This has meant that although wine products on average have a higher alcohol content, they are paying significantly less excise taxes over time than other alcohol beverages such as beer and spirits. This is reflected every year in the budget, Chair, and the budget review in particular. We see that this discrepancy still exists with no clear intention to deal with it, the real systemic issues running in the alcohol and the excise policy on alcohol products. It is clear, Chair, and the WHO has been very articulate about how to improve public health outcomes. And it states very clearly that there is little justification for any approach other than to tax alcohol categories in line with their alcohol content. So basically what this means is that the higher alcohol content an alcohol beverage has, the higher excise tax it should pay. This currently does not exist in the excise policy regime in South Africa. A simple interpolated curve in particular shows how much revenue is lost every year by not having all alcohol beverages on the same alcohol content-based system. In particular, currently and as it stands, 3.5 billion rand is lost to the actual fiscus due to not having a tax system that is harmonized in line with public health research and with the WHO position. Our summary and recommendations, Chair, are as follows. Firstly, we would suggest that the committee and the Chair and National Treasury in general should be cognizant of the macroeconomic environment in which we operate. In particular, what the BER study has shown is that consumer disposable income over time has declined, and that this has increased the elasticities that consumers have towards the beer industry in particular. This means that excise adjustments in line with projected inflation are imperative to continue to allow us to grow our industry responsibly, given that there are many exogenous pressures affecting the performance of our industry. Secondly, Chair, I think that it is important to note that we still have systemic issues in the excise policy, in particular that all alcohol beverages are not on an alcohol content-based system, as suggested by the WHO, and that it would be crucial to really harmonize this part of the tax system to ensure that it is rationalized and that it is harmonized in line with tax principles. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Fetsani from Wallace. Next, Ila. 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to find out if everyone can see my screen.
Yes.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the Standing Committee and everybody online. My name is Zukiswa Zimela, and I'm representing the Healthy Living Alliance, HELA. So just a brief background on who we are. HELA is a coalition of civil society organizations that advocate for the equitable access to affordable, nutritious food in South Africa by building a more just food system. Section 27(1)(b) of the South African Constitution guarantees all South Africans the right to sufficient food, and it commits itself to the progressive realization of this rights. Despite these rights, many South Africans are hungry, food insecure, and live with obesity and other non-communicable diseases. HELA believes that these are all policy choices and that the South African government needs to urgently address these entrenched inequalities within the food system by utilizing legislation that enables a healthy food environment. Okay. So we're here to discuss the health promotion levy. We noted that the draft rates and monetary amounts amendment revenues bill has failed to bring the health promotion levy in line with the international best practice of 20%. We are currently sitting on 11%. And, you know, Treasury has acknowledged that the HPL has required an annual adjustment for it to be effective. But we're seeing a continued failure to adjust the HPL to account for inflation. And this overall has led to an erosion of the tax. In 2022, we denounced the decision by Treasury to postpone the increase of the tax from 2.21 cents to 2.31 cents per gram of sugar above the 4-gram threshold in 2023. We noted then that there was a further delay till 2025 of the proposed draft, and we believe that this is an unacceptable and unjustifiable failure to protect the rights of South Africans to health and access to nutritious food and dignity. So what are the costs of disease in South Africa? 1 in 3 men and 2 in 3 women, 1 in 8 children are overweight or obese. Furthermore, South Africa is likely to have the 10th highest level of childhood obesity in the world by 2030. What are the costs of these illnesses, the associated healthcare costs of overweight and obesity? We're seeing 0.7% of the South Africa's GDP is spent dealing with overweight and obesity, and 16% of the expenditure by the National Department of Health is spent on dealing with these diseases. South Africans lose 9.4 million healthy life years due to NCDs, and the personal cost of NCDs amounts to more than half of catastrophic health expenditure in South Africa. The failure to increase the HPL, you know, is catastrophic for many people in the country, and the government and the people of South Africa really can't afford the financial and health costs of this crisis any longer. So what are the benefits of the HPL? So there's evidence that shows that the HPL has successfully reduced the consumption of sugar-sweetened beverages with greater benefits to the low-income households. Furthermore, HPL has raised 7.9 billion rand between 2018 and 2021 in revenue, even at its reduced 11% rate. A delay in implementing the 20% effective tax rate means that there is a massive loss in potential revenue for Treasury. These are some of the recommendations that HELA would like to put forward. We would like for the HPL to be increased to the recommended 20% rate in order to achieve better health and financial results. This includes annual inflation-related increases. We'd also like to suggest that the public consultations to decrease the 4-gram threshold and to expand the health promotion levy to include fruit juices is needed with urgency. We also recommend that the HPL is expanded to include sugar-sweetened beverages that have non-sugar sweetness. And we're also calling on Treasury to provide any correspondence with the food and beverage industry with relation to the decision to implement the 2-year moratorium on the HPL be made public. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Zuki, from HELA. Sticking to the time allocated to you. The next stakeholder is WHO.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, the members of the committee. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, but we see the breweries screen here. What's the issue? You have a screen to share?
No, I don't have a screen to share, Chair. I will talk to the presentation that we made, and I will try to not take the 10 minutes that is provided to us.
Okay, you can proceed. 10 minutes allocated to you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Eugene Mahlehla. I'm with the World Health Organization Country Office in South Africa. The submission is made on behalf of the World Health Organization as well as the colleagues working in HQ, that is WHO headquarters, and the Africa region in Brazzaville. Chair, I'm going to talk mainly on some few items, to not cover all of them. And they cover Schedule 2, Part 1, as well as Part 4. So of particular importance to WHO, given that the colleagues have already, particularly Hala and the presentation from the University of Cape Town, have covered most of the items that are covered also in this. So I will select some few items that I will talk to. One, starting with tariff number 104.15, which relates to the unfortified wine and fortified wine. The issue here is that there is an overlap between both. And for unfortified wine from 4.5 to 16.5% ABV, as well as fortified wine from 15% to 22% of ABV. The concern here for us is that, is there a risk of certain types of wines falling between both the categories? If so, is this provided for? So the second issue for us is related to, there is for tariff number 105.15 again, there is a distinction between wine in containers holding 2 liters or less, wine in containers above 2 liters and below 10 liters, and other wines. However, the excise duties are exactly the same for each of those categories. What is the purpose of making the distinction then? For tariff number 104.16, we're talking here about the distinction is also made for vermouth and other wine of fresh grapes flavored with plants or aromatic substances. But again here, the excise duty rates are exactly the same as the ones for former category of wine. What is the purpose of making this distinction? The third comment, we looked at again, tariff number 104.23. For spirits and liquors, there is again a distinction between containers less than 2 liters and other, but no difference in the excise duty rate associated to each of them. Shouldn't this distinction be met with difference in rates as well? And I will jump straight to tariff in the health promotion levy. Again, as mentioned by our colleague from Hala, the rate of health promotion levy has not been increased for any of the articles listed compared with the 2022 rates. As above with inflation in South Africa at around 5%, this may contribute to the beverages that are higher in sugar being relatively more affordable, which is a concern. So what we recommend as WHO is that the government increase the tax, the health promotion levy, by at least the rate of inflation in the country, so that the products do not become relatively more affordable. WHO also calls globally for countries to introduce or increase existing sugar-sweetened beverages taxes to raise the prices of these unhealthy products and lessen demand, as well as reduce consumption. We further refer to the manual on sugar-sweetened beverages taxation policies to promote healthier diets, published in December 2022. It is a practical guide for policymakers and others involved in the SSB tax, or in South Africa, the health promotion levy, policy development to promote healthy and healthy diets and populations. So, Chair, this is in brief. We have a detailed presentation that we have submitted. So we thank you for providing WHO this opportunity to present briefly on the submission made. We are looking forward to further engagement with the committee going forward on this bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Eugene, for your submission. Honorable members, now we'll move to item 3, where as committee members will engage with the presentations. Let me see in the platform. Okay. Dr. George, Honorable Maswade, Honorable Abraham, Honorable Maria. Okay. Order, Dr. George.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks very much for the presentations. They were very clear and quite understandable. Actually, I have one question, and that's to the HELA, the health promotion levy that they're talking about. Now, my understanding is the organization promotes equitable access to healthy food. Now, I am battling to understand your position. As far as I understand it, that too much carbohydrate results in obesity, and that is often as a result of a lack of access to protein. So malnutrition is causing health problems. We have starvation in South Africa, despite the fact that South Africa is a rich country. So would it not be better if people had access to less expensive, more nutritious food? For example, if we took that off an expanded basket of food, such as bone-in chicken, beef, peanut butter, margarine, baby food, wheat flour, and soup powder, which is affordable, aren't people taking in too much sugar because it supplements a deficit in their diets? So increasing the sugar tax won't actually fix the problem. I can't see how this promotes equitable access to healthy food. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. George. Honorable Musa.
Thank you, Chair. Just two questions for me. First, from BAT, there was a point of the recommendations that they are making, arguing for an excise change that may assist in dealing with illicit trade. If they can just expand on that point once again, because in one of the submissions, we did get somewhat disproving the correlation between the two. If you can come back perhaps to just illustrate that point further of their recommendations. The second, I'm sure Chair, you may guide on this one. I was keen to hear the Treasury on this dimension of the presentations. It may not be directed, but a number of them make the point about what they argue to be the disproportionality in the application of the excise between the different spirits, where the argument is where the volume is much higher, there appears to be a lesser excise in that. I think that argument, if perhaps Treasury can comment on it, there is a suggestion being made as to, I think both the SAB and I think the REEP was making a similar point. If you can hear comment from Treasury at an appropriate time, you may guide, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Masad. Honorable Abraham.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for the presentations. Chair, I want to start with the researcher or the research unit based in UCT. Yes, the temptation is always there to want to address Treasury because you want to confirm the facts as presented by the stakeholders. However, sorry, the stakeholders, for instance, this research unit is raising issues with the countries signing protocols with WTO. I am I am not certain what can be achieved by this. Remember, we are a country that is known for having a lot written down in terms of policy, but in terms of action, not so much is happening. So I just wanted to check with the research unit as to what then would the country benefit from signing the protocol. And then the AT chair talks to the issue of pricing between illicit and legal, right? I did notice that as well. In fact, it's common knowledge that what is illegal is always priced below. The question is it the same quality? Are we talking about the same thing, though it's illicit and the other is legal? And in terms of recommendations, the AT says bring about excise change. And I don't think they go to town in terms of saying what exactly needs to happen, what kind of change should we bring about. For SAP, you know, I'm impressed by them saying that they support responsible consumption, which is exactly what we need to have. But how do they work with the liquor boards, for example, where for the outlets comes from, and whether there will be monitoring from their side in terms of ensuring that what is written in terms of legislation, in terms of age, is what is implemented at the outlets. Or maybe they could just go to town in terms of what they mean when they say they practice or they support responsible consumption. The last one for me, Chair, is healer. I don't think there should be, I don't know, there should be this tension between what they are raising with National Treasury in terms of the increase of sugar. If Treasury says we are postponing it for later, I don't think it's a disagreement per se. It's a question that they are raising as well, that whatever they are saying, they are representing ordinary people. And so if they want to promote health, the people who are most affected by unhealthy living lifestyles are the ordinary people on the ground. And so for me, if National Treasury says, for sure we agree with you, but let's postpone it until we are ready, until in fact the people on the ground are ready to deal with it. Thank you, Chair. That's all for now.
Thanks, Honorable Barbara. Honorable Mabelet.
Answering the questions, or will it be allocated accordingly?
Okay, thank you so much. I started by saying illicit trading is a problem, and we will hear from Treasury how far they are with it. But we've got a problem of drug addiction in the country. And our children, they are introduced in this thing through smoking. And we know that they smoke now. And, you know, I just want to just hear what is it that you are doing just to help them through this, or to help the NGOs, because we know what smoking and Nyaupe does in the families and in our children. And also, Honorable Abraham has already spoken about drinking, alcohol. It's a problem in our country. Our children do not have a future anymore. They just drink the whole night. They just smoke, and you don't know in the cigarette, what is it? Is it Nyaupe in those cigarettes or what? But it's killing them. So we can talk about tax and talk about economy and everything, but we dare not ignore the fact that smoking and Nyaupe is destroying our children in the country. What is it that we are doing together just to help them on this issue? Chairperson, it's really troubling. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Moderator. Let me go back to stakeholders in the manner they appear in the program to respond to questions asked by members. UCT Research Unit, over to you. 1.5 minutes to respond.
Thank you very much, Chair. So thank you to the honourable member who raised the issue of why should we ratify the protocol to eliminate the illicit trade in tobacco products. Chair, we have a very significant problem in South Africa. We often do not agree with BAT, but we do agree on this one, and that is that the problem of illicit trade in South Africa is very, very concerning. The country is losing billions, tens of billions of rands every year from that. The protocol is a evidence-based mechanism endorsed by the WHO, endorsed by the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, that we have ratified in order to encourage and to obligate countries who sign that protocol to enforce certain mechanisms. So in South Africa, our big problem with illicit trade is that we have not got control over the supply chain. Lots of cigarettes are being manufactured in South Africa. They are being pushed into the market. We have no idea as government or as society how many of these there are. If they are paying the tax, most of them are not paying the tax. And by signing the protocol, we commit ourselves to implement certain structures and certain mechanisms that will allow us to secure the supply chain. So how do you secure the supply chain? Amongst others, by a track and trace system, by keeping the producers of the products accountable for where they send the stuff to. Is it being sent to sellers that have got no scruples about selling to children? Those are the kind of things that we would want to implement when we are signing up on the protocol. Now you say, is it necessary for us to do that? Yes, it does provide with a commitment device for the country to be able to do exactly that. So for that reason, the countries that have got substantially less problems with illicit trade have signed up to the protocol. It allows them to implement best practices that have been agreed upon by the rest of the world. Thank you very much, Chair. I hope that addresses the honourable member's concern.
Thanks. BAT.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so my colleague from the UCT, Professor van Valbeek, rightly has said that there's very few things that we do agree on, but we do agree on the implementation of a track and trace system in order to assist the government in terms of tracing movement of goods across the supply chain, especially from the manufacturer right down to retail, as well as to be able to get some sorts of level of control around pricing in the market. Because really the big threat around illicit trade, besides the flight in terms of the revenues that go outside of the country or are diverted elsewhere, is the attraction of low pricing in the markets that opens the door for a lot of things which are very which can lead to many other social ills that exist. So if we are to talk about what is it that the industry is looking for from the National Treasury, as well as the Revenue Authority, well, it's pretty simple. Firstly, we are looking for the implementation of a track and trace system that is globally aligned to what the FCTC have recommended. We are looking for a minimum retail price to be included in primary legislation, so that we can close the gap between illicit packs as well as the duty-paid market. As I already illustrated in my slide, the average pack in the informal market, in the illicit market, is running around about 10 rands a pack. We need to get rid of these 10 rand packs. And the combination of having a track and trace system as well as a price compliance level that is actually closer to what the market should be, so somewhere around about 28 rands, should be a good starting point in terms of, one, dealing with the illicit trade, two, providing a price point that consumers can reference as a correct price point, and three, giving consumers the option to be able to, if they want to quit smoking because it's becoming too expensive, then that's the option that they take. Or if they want to continue, that they know what the price levels are. What we are then further saying is that for those who want to continue, do not punish them for their choice, because the alternative is that they'll go to other products which may be more dangerous than what we actually should I wait for the recording to continue, or can I continue?
The machine is warning you that you are taking a bit long on Zinyat. Can you summarize?
No, I'm finishing. So all these other social ills that were spoken about around, easy
Recording
access
in
of cigarettes,
progress.
can then be addressed by using a track and trace system, because you would be able to understand where these hotspots are and how to deal with these hotspots. As it is already as an industry, we do run a number of youth access prevention programs to try and discourage sales of cigarettes to those who are not supposed to be smoking, obviously those who are younger. But we need better control. I think government in general needs better control of the retailers to be able to stop this movement of goods to those who are not supposed to be smoking our cigarettes. I hope this clears up many of the questions that were raised.
Okay, thanks, Zinyat, from BAT. Fetsane and your team, Roar.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to respond. I firstly wanted to speak to the question raised by the Honourable MP around us agreeing that we cannot continue to say as an industry that we want to grow without being responsible about it. In particular, there was a question around how are we partnering with liquor boards around ensuring compliance to our customers who supply beer in particular. How do we partner with them? Under our SAB Shop program, we have a pillar called Cell Shop, and we have regional representatives of SAB who partner with a third-party audit team that ensure that everyone that is selling beer is essentially complying with the regulatory environment at hand. So in particular, that includes not selling to underage consumers or people, underage kids or minors. Secondly, not selling to women who are visibly pregnant, and not selling beyond the trading hours recommended or put in line by the bylaws regulating the alcohol industry in general. We are very specific internally as a business as to what our aspirations are in terms of compliance. In particular, we have set ourselves a high standard that in the next 5 years, we would like to see 90% compliance by our customers, taverners, retailers, etc., who receive beer products as part of what they sell to consumers. We do have a penalty system for retailers and taverners that do sell in ways that are unregulatory, given our obviously socioeconomic environment related to alcohol. And we do obviously reward retailers and taverners that do comply. So we are very, very insistent on creating an environment where we are audited, and we have an auditing system of our customers that provides us where there are penalties that need to be given to our customers and where they should be rewarded in that regard. And we do have aspirations to reduce the lack of compliance together with the liquor boards in this regard. Secondly, Chair, I just wanted to make a comment around the excise policy and the discrepancies with regards to taxation across the alcohol industry, where only beer and spirits are on an alcohol content-based system. I would definitely like to see a clear response with regards to that from National Treasury in particular, as we have obviously come to the committee over the last 3 years, hoping to see that we get some substantial response in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Patsani from Duara. Zuki, Hila.
Good morning, Chair.
Chair, my colleague will be responding.
Good morning, Chair and everyone. My name is Angelica Grembeek. I'm the Policy and Research Manager from HELA. So thank you very much for the comments and questions about the health promotion levy, as well as just food justice as a whole. I think the concept of food injustice and justice, as well as obesity, non-communicable diseases, and the issue of hunger and food insecurity in South Africa, they are all extremely complicated issues. And the problem is that as a whole in South Africa, we need multiple interventions to address these diseases, such as obesity, non-communicable diseases. So that is definitely acknowledged. However, the health promotion levy specifically works around the free sugars that are causing obesity, as well as other non-communicable diseases like diabetes and heart diseases. And we know that one can of soda or one glass of sugar sweetened beverage has so much sugar in it that it actually meets the World Health Organization's recommendations of how much a person should be consuming a day. So if we are drinking more and more of these sugar sweetened beverages, we are already consuming too much sugar, and it's leading to obesity and non-communicable diseases. So this needs to be addressed, and we need to protect the health promotion levy. So thank you for the comment about us being agitated about this delay in increasing the health promotion levy, because the problem is that the health of South Africans we're suffering, and we are in a non-communicable disease as well as obesity crisis. So if we delay this any further, we are actually going to be adding to this. And we know that non-communicable diseases and obesity disproportionately affect the poor. So if the health promotion levy is not increased with inflation, as well as to the recommended 20%, this is going to continue affecting the poor and continue reducing the food justice that we could actually achieve in South Africa. Thank you.
Thanks, Hila. WHO.
Chair, thank you. I would also like to add on what Hila have responded on, but in particular to a member who suggested making South Africa as a country to provide access to less expensive foods. We agree on that principle. What we do not agree on is less expensive food at the expense of increasing tax or of reducing or maintaining taxes for certain products that may actually be unhealthy for consumption. So for us, it would be good for South Africa to consider expanding on the VAT-free free VAT or VAT-free food basket. That is actually the country's kind of intervention on making sure that people who are unable to afford certain kinds of food, but the basic healthy, nutrition foodstuff are accessed by the ordinary people in South Africa. There's a colleague of mine online who would also like to make an input. Anna Marie, please join in.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. It was just to concur with my colleague Eugene, who presented earlier, to recommend increasing the tax on the health promotion levy beyond the average consumer price index and more in line with the price indices for the last year, specifically on beverages, which is higher than the average 4.7% increase in overall prices of goods. That's around 8.8%. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, WHO. Let's proceed, unless there are follow-up questions from members, or we'll proceed to item 4. Okay, let's proceed to item 4. Saipa, are you there?
Good morning, Chair. Unfortunately, I've noted a hand raised just before you announced.
Oh, wait, I see the hand of Honorable Manye. Honorable Manye.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Firstly, I just want to welcome all the various presentations. Just to say once again, you can see the.
Honorable Manye,
I'm in the airwaves, sir.
We are missing you.
No, I'll be there. I'll be there. Yeah, I'm in the richest square mile, but I'll be there tonight. Yeah, apologies. I know I prefer to be there. Yeah.
Okay.
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 No, Chair, I was just saying. I was firstly welcoming the presentations by everyone, just to commend all the presenters that the quality of presentation has been really outstanding. Thought process and the science behind it and all of it has been excellent from all sides. I just have just one question for both SAB and BET-SA. Noting their responsible health policies, which I just have in my back of my mind, when Minister Motsoaledi was still the Minister of Health, he was on about the health hazards of all of these things and the effects that they deal with in hospitals, from lung issues, from drunkenness and all of that. What really has been the successes of SAB and BET-SA in ensuring that there are good health policies and corporate social responsibility policies, etc., deal with the issues that the health professionals are dealing with as a result of these two products, tobacco and alcohol. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Manye. By the way, you said you are directing the questions to ROAR and BAT. Okay. BAT, then
yes,
ROAR.
sir.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. I suppose there's two ways to answer this question. The first one is that issue around illicit trade is much bigger than we actually think it is, because we actually don't know what's in these cigarettes, number one. The South African Bureau of Standards has not tested the cigarettes, so we don't actually know what's in the cigarettes. We don't know if they're compliant with our target nicotine levels as set by the Department of Health and the Tobacco Control Act. So our insistence or our arguments towards dealing with the illicit trade is part of the conversation around how do we deal with consumption harm and cigarette harm. And the number one part of doing that is to deal with the illicit trade, know what is in the cigarettes, know what is coming into the country, and understand if it's compliant with the local legislation. The second way that as an industry that we are actually dealing with harm is through introduction of what we call tobacco harm reduced products, which is part of a global movement that is actually taking place that expands the category to introduce new products which are far safer alternatives to the traditional cigarettes. So we're talking about heat not burn products, vaping products, modern oral products, which are widely available in a number of countries globally and have shown to be very successful in helping consumers switch away from cigarettes. And I'll make the example of a case of what's currently happening in Sweden, where they have successfully managed to convert to reduce the consumption of cigarettes to just below 5% of total nicotine consumption in the country. So there are many examples of good practices that are taking place globally, which we are in conversation through, making our submissions to the Department of Health's bill, which is currently live, where we are actually making a submission. We have made a number of submissions, as well as, with our dialogue that we have when we say deal with the illicit trade and move consumers to other alternative products which may be better for them. That's how we are looking at dealing with the problem. That's how we intend to look at dealing at the problem. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, thanks, Nat.
Thank you, Chair. As I noted earlier in my presentation, I highlighted our responsibility program called SAB Sharp. And I think one of our big successes is, in particular, I want to highlight our responsible communities pillar, which is meant to really drive protecting women, youth, and people with disabilities. We are particularly proud of our collaboration with government on increasing the number of GBV centers throughout the country. We have currently close to 40 GBV centers that we have partnered with local communities in sustaining, not just keeping them going, just opening them up. We've really been deliberate about sustaining and creating an environment that supports and encourages women dealing with GBV in their respective communities. We also have one of our flagship brands holding a consistent campaign called No Excuse. We particularly highlight during the month of August, Women's Month, and in December, really anchoring that there is no excuse for violence against women in communities. I think anchoring our main flagship brand around one of the key socioeconomic concerns in South Africa continues to be one of our big successes in driving down, as we know, this connection between alcohol really increasing domestic violence, and we've really tried to improve our community work in that regard. Secondly, I would like to say one of our big successes is partnering with the Department of Transport and JMPD in particular in providing and sustaining alcohol evidence centers, not only during October, which is Transport Month, but being deliberate about providing breathalyzers, equipment that increases the opportunity or the cases are being completed and obviously prosecuted where there are repeat offenders that continue to exist on the system of continue to drink and drive. We are particularly proud of the opportunity and collaboration, a tight collaboration we've had with Department of Transport in not only encouraging none for the road, but in building systems that encourage them to collect data of offenders and really penalize or prosecute repeat offenders. I hope that highlights in general our key successes in really driving that we're not here just for the growth, that we're also here to responsibly promote community change insofar as the socioeconomic negative effects that arise for the harmful consumption of alcohol. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Betsan. You want to make a follow-up, Honorable Manya?
Yeah, just a quick one, Chair. for BAT, I hear them to be almost like postponing the issue to say the illicit trade must take its fair share of what is happening out there, and they're dealing with that. I can accept that. I'm not, and then on the SAB, I think I've recognized the good work that they've done and all of that. I have no issue with that. The question really has been the success of that vis-a-vis the health hazards, car accidents, and all of that. What has really been the success of that? I have no issue with all the good work that they've been doing, which I commend, but I just don't know what is the impact of that. Can they say, for instance, as a result of all the good work that is being illustrated here or being spoken about, of that, did that reduce accident rates on the road? Did that reduce the obsessive abuse of alcohol and all of that? That's really the impact I'm looking for.
Okay, thanks, Moy. BAT.
Thank you, Chair. I think we had answered the question from the honourable member. But yes, we are very much willing to assist the Revenue Authority or National Treasury to understand trends around illicit trade, what's happening, in aid of finding a solution. But we've made a number of proposals, and we hope that maybe one or two of them may stick, and we may see the reduction of this illicit trade, which is gripping our country quite significantly in terms of diverting a lot of the revenue that we could use away from the fiscus.
Okay, thanks. Let's see if there's a hand on WHO. Anna Marin.
Chair, do you mind if I answer Honorable Mani from Fatsani from SAB?
Okay, proceed, then we'll take Anna Marie out.
Honorable Mani, if you would kindly, and other members included, we will forward our impact assessment report over the last 2 years, showing how much our programs have in terms of empirical evidence and collected data. We do have 2 reports that give a sense of the impact assessment of the SAB Shop responsible drive to really anchor how we participate in the economy in general. So I would appreciate if you give us opportunity to share that with the committee secretaries and give you a sense of the numbers. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Fatsani. Anna Marie.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for my interjection, but just quickly wanted to highlight, because there was a comment made on the safety of heated tobacco products and electronic nicotine delivery systems. Just to say that from WHO's perspective and based on evidence, we cannot claim that they are harmless products. So heated tobacco products are a tobacco product, so the tobacco is still there and still harmful. And electronic nicotine delivery systems, or what we sometimes call vaping products, based only on nicotine liquid with nicotine containing liquids, the evidence is still not there. They're not harmless to start with, and the long-term health effect, it's still unclear. So there's also a comment in the chat with some more information from colleagues from the UCT. Thank you.
Thanks, Anna Marie. Let's move to item 4. Saipa, are you ready?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members. If I will be sharing my screen, would like to thank you for the opportunity to do this presentation for you. The presentation, we made quite a lengthy submission, written submission, but we've decided to only highlight 5 points. To that effect, the presentation will be done by my colleague, Mr. Etienne Retief, if he can please unmute himself, I'll be doing the presentation, running the presentation from my side.
Morning. Thank you for this opportunity. So just a quick introduction, Centre of Tax Excellence from CIPA. So our focus is obviously on within the profession. So it represents both the tax practitioner as well as the client base of tax practitioners. And we've had engagement with Treasury as well on these things, which we do obviously took in a lot of the stuff that was said there. So some of the comments we make today is stuff that has been discussed there, but we obviously feel that they are still issues that need to be addressed within the legislation. So joined with me is Philip that's introduced. Well, he's the manager of Code. He made the introduction. We're also joined by Mohammed Kamda, which is one of our tax specialists. And then myself, I chair the National Tax Committee. So one of the first items that we would like to just discuss is with regards to the anti-avoidance rules for low interest or interest-free on trust, Section 7C. So these provisions are effectively to address these type of loans that are either without interest or below a certain interest rate, and there's a trust involved. So there's the automatic assumption that the trust tries to create some kind of value. Now there's these deeming provisions, and one of those from the interest rate or from the interest point of view is you have this interest accumulation throughout the year, and where you fail to charge the appropriate amount of interest, there at the end of the year effectively becomes a deemed value that is recognized as similar to that of a donation that has been taken place. Now, what happens is the legislation, taking into account when it's a foreign currency, or the proposed legislation here, it looks at using essentially a spot rate at the end of the year. Now, while we accept that the point at where we recognize this of when we're saying as this event happens is at the end of the year, so it's at that point where we take the spot rate. But the reality is it is in regards to interest that is not charged that should have been levied throughout the year. And therefore, one must look at the interest that is accumulated throughout the year or should have been accumulated throughout the year rather than the end point of when we recognize the deeming provision. And when we do that, then a spot rate now shows you that effectively it doesn't take into account rate volatility, which could go either way. And it also makes it administratively a little bit more difficult. When we want to recognize and preparation and planning before year end, average rates would be a lot easier to recognize. Administratively, it's a lot more equitable. So our proposal is that it should not be based on a spot rate, but rather on average rates. SARS does publish these as well on their website on a frequent basis, so it should be pretty easy for taxpayers to comply with those requirements. Next, what we would like to address is with regards to the solar energy tax credits that's proposed. So the first one, just and I think just as a point of clarity, is that we understand, and this was made quite clear in the discussions with Treasury, is that the focus isn't necessarily on people who are already in the pool, but far rather trying to bring more people into the pool of using renewable energies like solar, therefore taking the pressure off the current grid. And but even in this initiative, there is a longer term or incentive that's involved here, because you don't just do solar on a single point or a single day. It goes over a significant period. Now, when I take that into account, we must understand that a person who has the financial means and the cash means to do so probably have already brought solar in onto their house or so. So the people you're trying to bring into it are the ones who don't have the cash means, not to just easily afford this. So you'd have to bring in some form of financing. A lot of it would be done through that. We're also dealing with issues that in terms of the delays, because right now we still in draft legislation. Some people might be waiting for legislative certainty before they actually put in solar. So there's delays caused by the legislative process and some questions that still need to be answered. There's also availability of panels, as well as the availability of installers and that. So there is a backlog on those things. There's also often where panels and these things are stuck at port, or there's delays in it coming in. So having the short period that this incentive is available will cause trouble. We also have to take into account that people are constantly changing their residence. So with such a short period, we're not taking into account that change in residence or availability, or the delay in the legislation to it. So our first proposal is that the time period for the incentive might need to be revised and not be as short as it is. The second relates to the certificate of compliance. Problem with certificate of compliance is that it links to effectively the title owner, but it on itself does not mean that it is installed and operational as evidence as a new panel. So the compliance itself is it ties into effectively electricity compliance in terms of the building itself. So it's a different mechanism being used to try and use from a tax point, and you're going to find that there are times where the tax compliance certificate is delays in getting them. It might not be sufficient evidence, or even the name that is listed on there might not be sufficient in tying up. So we're asking that the certificate of compliance as a point of evidence not be the sole point of evidence, but maybe perhaps one of the elements of evidence to prove the installation of these of solar energy. And then the last point on that is just to mention is that, and as I spoke about the incentive of government and the reason of doing this, is we have to try and make as many people available to be able to take up this option, which means that the way in which they finance it, if they don't have the cash means to do so, because as Treasury said, they're not interested in bringing people already in the mechanism into in that channel in. They want to bring in new people into this, and that's what the point of the incentive is, or of the tax credit. Now, in doing so, you'd have to understand that a lot of that population would require financing, and a lot of that affordable financing option would effectively come through a rent-to-own option rather than for instance, a traditional finance lease or an extension on a bond. And cash means wouldn't be there. So the legislation, we believe, should be broadened so that it caters for rent-to-own, because especially if you get to the end of the period, there is a diminished value in the goods in any event. So we don't believe there's a big opportunity for abuse in that. More the point of making available, accessible into the scheme, while there also, from a legislative point, could be recoupments to cater for potential abuse. The next one to deal with is the removal of the Practice Note 31, which effectively deals with interest paid on borrowed monies. And the legislation, or the idea is that we take away Practice Note 31 and replace it with legislation. Now, the first comment to make is that we are not actually replacing what was in Practice Note 31 with legislation. We're taking a carve out of what's in Practice Note 31 and putting that into legislation, because we focused on companies in the legislation, and the Practice Note is not limited to companies. So we haven't really replicated. So we have this partial inclusion into the draft legislation, what was in Practice Note 31, but now there's a big portion being excluded. And even if we want to later say, well, we can expand this or add onto it, they're still going to be left with these issues. We rather should be aiming to have an actual replacement of Practice Note 31 in legislation, and if need be, we can then reduce or curtail certain of the issues within the legislation to limit abuse. although Practice Note 31 has been around for quite some time, it's been around since '94. So there isn't too much evidence in widespread abuse on this. The first thing is and I think that besides the fact that it's limited to companies, I think there's a significant impact that can happen to SMEs and new businesses, because a lot of people, when they start a business, cannot get financing in the traditional means of, oh, I've got a means to do so. The business is new, doesn't have much asset base, so we would typically go to owner finance. Now, the owner finance model is I would probably take some money out of my bond, and I'm now incurring a greater interest cost on doing so to provide financing for this new business, which is, well, preferable for the economy. Now, at the same time, I'm not really recognizing where in the past I would have had a recognition of that interest.
1 minute to round off, Mr. Ritu. Just one.
Okay, thank you. So there's also the lack of matching of interest to the interest earning to expense. So if I borrow money to give to someone else, if I don't get a deduction while I earn interest, I'm being taxed on an income which I'm not getting deduction to. So there has to be a match between those, which is currently lacking. The next item is just on renewable energy. So our proposal, I think, deals with this properly. I think the two things is the time period of the allowance has some concerns for us, but I think most of all, the biggest part of it is that there needs to be, and in our briefings with Treasury, there was this whole thing of, well, what is included into that definition? But we do believe that there's scope for that to be better defined. And again, here also better recognition of the rent to own option. And lastly, we just want to deal with the Section 9D, so that's the controlled foreign company provision. Now, we understand that the foreign company, one of the risks is that it might not be legitimate. So we have all these provisions that aim to try and prove that this is a legitimate business. And when it's legitimate, we say, oh, you get taxed legitimately, and we don't have to impute that into the South African tax base. Now, that typical exclusion, which is greatly used, the foreign business establishment exemption, is now essentially shifted from being able to prove substance, that it's real and not just some kind of brass plate put on the wall, now to that it's proposed that all important functions need to be done by that establishment in order for it to qualify. Well, in all due respect, there's very few businesses that are legitimate that can say that all important functions are done by it itself. Within a group context, even less so, because there's shared resources. But just in normal sense, if I am a company that manufactures goods, I might not have a logistics section in my business, and I outsource, for instance, the logistics on being able to get the product to the consumer or to the retailer. Now that's an important function. If I outsource that, I no longer technically qualify for this foreign business establishment. No matter how legitimate the business is, any form of outsourcing that is part of the important functions could now jeopardize and have a significant impact on this. And we do believe that this is far too overreaching and far too broad, and it now will catch legitimate foreign businesses into this net, which clearly should not have been the intention of this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ritu. Now give over to Old Musa. The 10 minutes starts now.
I'll start again. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Nazreen Garther. I'm representing Al Mutual here today. I must thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. And I must also start with an apology. This is not my normal voice. I'm suffering the lasting effects of laryngitis. We have submitted a detailed commentary to National Treasury on the 2023 Draft Taxation Laws Amendment Bill. This morning, we're going to confine ourselves to comment on just one matter. That is the proposed amendments to Section 23 capital M of the Income Tax Act that seeks to limit interest deductions in very circumscribed circumstances. It is our view that the proposed amendments are far-reaching, have unintended consequences, and do not align with the objective of the section. which is really symmetry of tax treatment between a lender and a borrower. Madam Chair, with the national savings rate of just 15% for 2022, if media is to be believed, this is well below the 34% average of emerging economies. As South Africans, I think we can all acknowledge we are not a savings nation. Compulsory contributions to retirement funds are generally the savings of choice for employed citizens, both in the public and private sector. And we believe that Section 23M, if it is given effect to in its current form, it will inadvertently cast the net so far as to have an immediate impact and an immediate effect on erosion in retirement benefits. The South African Property Owners Association that will present after us has estimated this loss to be in the region of about 5 billion rands per annum, both in the public and private sector. As Old Mutual, we see the impact of this on our investors through our life company, investors in our development impact funds, and investors in our infrastructure funds. Madam Chair, I'm not going to go through the detail. It is captured in our deck. I would like to ask my colleague, Alawaya Price, to please go through how we see this impact. Thank you.
Start again. Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Madam Chair. Just on a high-level basis, we wanted to show and illustrate the sort of impact on the retirement fund or the untaxed policyholder fund in a life company, where they actually have the same exposure to property, but just through different vehicles, and what the impact means in terms of the fact that they are actually as an investor limited in terms of the regulations, in terms of how they can invest, and also the ability to borrow also impacts on how they make the investments. So if we looked at the first option, which is the column 1, which talks about an investment in listed REITs. In this instance, the property vehicle itself gets a full deduction. It's actually a flow-through vehicle for tax purposes, and there's no tax consequences. If you look at owning it through a multi-layered structure, the retirement fund will be impacted because the unlisted property company, if they had linked units in pre-2013, they would actually suffer no tax, and they'll be taxed on a similar basis to the REITs. If they held the property company, if they held the exposure through the property company, and the units were issued post 1 January 2013, they actually suffer tax because there's a layer of interest. There is an interest limitation that applies at that level to the retirement fund. If they held it on their own balance sheet, they actually don't have any tax consequence because as a retirement fund, they are exempt from tax. So this just illustrates the uneven playing field where you hold exactly the same investment across a number of vehicles, but you get unfairly treated from a tax perspective. Back to you, Nadine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think at this point, I just want to make an appeal to the Standing Committee of Finance. It's twofold. We need a stopgap measure, and we've illustrated that in our deck. Essentially, what we're asking for, excuse me, is for the manner in which the funding is provided to be amended so that, it's not just confined to linked units. So we're asking for an amendment, excuse me, in that respect. We're asking for the deletion of the reference to the date 1 January 2013 in an attempt to actually remove the disparity and in the interest of fairness and equity. And lastly, we're asking for the exclusion in Section 23M to be expanded to include direct and indirect interest-bearing funding from regulated institutions such as retirement funds and life insurance companies. Madam Chair, this stopgap measure that we're asking for does not cover capital gains tax that unlisted REITs will be subject to on disposal of property. And we do ask you to consider that. Note that we did not put that into our stopgap request, but it is a consideration. It adds to the unfairness. And lastly, we're saying that as a long-term measure, in the interest of fairness and equity and for parity between unlisted and listed real estate investment trusts, that we extend the ambit of the existing listed REIT legislation in Section 25BB, capital BB, and to include unlisted REITs, and to coincide that with the promulgation of the Conduct of Financial Institutions Bill, the COFI Bill, which now includes unlisted REITs, I believe, in its regulatory framework. As such, you will have a framework for regulation of unlisted REITs, if that is the concern, and the regulation will be akin to that listed REITs are subject to. Madam Chair, that's all from us. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity. We appreciate that.
Thank you for saving us some minutes. Sapoa?
Yes,
10 minutes.
Peter Levet here. Can I able to share the screen? I think the old Michel probably has to unshare.
We're doing that, Peter.
Yep.
I think.
Okay, if I'm able to share, let me try. Okay, I don't know if you can see the presentation. Are you able to?
Yes, we can say. Can continue.
Yes. Yes. Well, good morning,
10
Honourable
minutes.
Chair and the members. Thank you for the opportunity. It's Peter Levet speaking. I'm chair of the SAPOA Unlisted Committee. SAPOA is a property organisation representing 90% of the property companies. You'll see in the presentation, in addition to Old Mutual that just presented, it's the PIC, Pareto, Momentum, Liberty, Future Growth, Sanlam. And the key part here, I think, is that in line with what Old Mutual has said, the substantial component of property investment comes from retirement fund and pension fund and untaxed policyholder funds. Those are the monies that really drive the development and the unlisted property sector. So if all these companies are funded by retirement funds or are retirement funds and untaxed policyholder funds. So that's important. I'm talking about the Section 23M, the same matter that Old Mutual has now talked to. So I will hopefully save you a little bit of time because a lot of it is repetitive. I come through this chart. I think Old Mutual has shared this chart, but just to repeat, from the industry perspective, we're just looking for tax flow through. The situation at the moment, as the Old Mutual presentation is if you're in a listed REIT, you get flow through, which is normal. The pensioners pay tax on exiting the pension fund, and the pension fund is not taxed. Unfortunately, because it's not taxed, it's caught in Section 23M. Now, pension funds, which is common throughout the industry, don't want to just own the assets on the pension fund balance sheet. They want to own it through companies because a company can borrow. You can't borrow through a pension fund by law. You can also manage your affairs much more easily by a company. So it's quite normal to have assets owned through companies. That's a normal place in the market. But the problem is because it's held through a company, you pay an extra tax at the company level, where if you're unlisted, you wouldn't. And that means there's prejudice to pensioners or untaxed policyholder funds through that. I think exactly what the Old Mutual presentation has said. And in terms of the numbers, I think we got a calculation that shows it, but it's effectively the 20% lower. And on the tens and tens of billions of rands that the sector has invested, it's a significant amount of money here. There's also leakage in terms of capital gains. I think the same points that the Old Mutual presentation has made. I think, it's fair to say, I think if you look around you, the impact on the unlisted property sector is huge in terms of development. Most of the urban centers, economic centers, both rural and urban, are developed by the unlisted property companies over time. That's how they develop things. Not everything is done through the listed sector. It's an incredibly important component in development, job creation, economic growth. I'm not going to go through all the details, but if you look at this picture here, of all the nodes were actually created by unlisted property funds, funded majority by pension fund retirement funds and unlisted policyholder funds. And I think if you hit them by another 27% in billions of rands, our concern is that there's going to be money outflowing out of these things. The appetite for development and growing jobs, these things won't happen, and it'll be impact on the country. I think, we did mention that I have been working with, our committee's been working with the Treasury and the FSCA on extending the REIT legislation, Section 25BB that was done in 2012. There was a engagement and statements made by Treasury that they plan to extend it to the unlisteds. For whatever reason, there's been delays around Twin Peaks, and then we're waiting for the coffee legislation. We understand all those delays, and I think the plan is to get regulation in place, and on the back of the regulation to get the extension of Section 25BB to the unlisted sector. So we're patiently working towards that. The problem is that with the capping of interest and other things, we won't be able to wait for that to come through. And so, as the Old Mutual presentation mentioned, we need the stopgap to provide cover for us till we get all those things in place. So really welcome. We made some specific suggestions here, but please, we welcome the committee and Treasury to take this into consideration and consider helping us here. Thank you.
Thank you once more for saving us time. That's very progressive. Basa, your 10 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Madeleine Kalbrick, and I'm the chairperson of the BASA Direct Tax Committee. BASA advocates the interests of members that banks are better able to provide financial services that supports inclusive economic growth, good governance, and environmental and social sustainability in South Africa. As an industry association, BASA, amongst other things, represent banks on regulations and legislation which affects our business, products and services. And we promote the inclusive economic growth by working with government and other stakeholders to create a stable policy and business environment. On the agenda this morning, this afternoon, we're going to discuss 4 items. The first item we would like to raise from a banking perspective as well is we would like to support the BUSA and the CISA foreign business establishment submissions and presentations that's been made, also later this afternoon. It's very important from a tax policy and legislation perspective to create a stable business environment for the banking industry specifically, and the operating models of businesses have evolved over time, with outsourcing becoming a core element to reduce costs, increase efficiencies, and gain access to skilled resources, etc. So a very short and sweet presentation on item number 1 around really support for the BUSA recommendations on the way forward for the foreign business establishment definition, also as supported by the first presentation earlier this morning. I'll hand over to my colleague Leon Kutsia that's going to take us through items number 2, 3 and 4.
Good afternoon, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to present. First of all, 11G has been covered in some of the previous presentations as well. From a banking perspective, and we also believe that it is too restrictive just to limit it to companies. It will affect negatively the funding for small enterprises. The ability to borrow is a major concern for us. We believe that Practice Note 31 was adequate to allow for situations, and we really ask National Treasury to reconsider the changes that are proposed with 11G, as it is too restrictive and it will limit a number of legitimate financing transactions in the market. So if we can please ask for a first prize is not to bring in these changes, but if these changes are proposed, that the implementation date be postponed and a number of further carve-outs be considered. We also believe that the current Section 23M is more than adequate to limit any potential abuse. Thank you, Chair, for that. Then the next matter we want to raise is on the deposit insurance scheme. So we welcome the exemption that was introduced to exempt the corporation for deposit insurance from income tax. However, we believe it might just be an oversight, but hopefully National Treasury will give attention to this, that this entity need to be exempt from VAT as well, because that will facilitate that there's no friction costs. It will also uncomplicate a lot of unintended VAT consequences if there are payouts on the scheme. So we really ask just a consequential amendment to the VAT Act to allow for the Corporation of Deposit to be exempt from VAT. Chair, then Section 8EA that deals mainly with preference share funding transactions. There's a proposal in Section 8EA3 to introduce a new ownership requirement for a qualifying purpose test. Now, this presents a number of concerns as set out in the following examples. We're not going to go through the examples. They are in the pack that was distributed to the committee, but that sets out really in very simple terms the negative effect that this amendment has on current transactions, as well as transactions that you will never be able then to restructure or use similar investments that have a qualifying purpose. So we propose to National Treasury, and that is also in our detailed submission, to provide for some more exemptions to the above ownership rule. And then, Chair, I'm just going to skip over the examples, but really the major problem with this is the effective date. The TLAB proposed that the amendment will come into operation on 31 July 2023 and will affect any dividend declared for years of assessment on or after that date. So the amendment is retrospective, and the practical implications of that is there's no opportunity afforded to anybody to restructure any of the affected dividends, which will trigger financing costs going up. All of the affected preference share agreements would need to be amended, leading to unnecessary administrative burden and legal costs, as well as securities transfer tax. And a significant burden is being placed on banks to monitor each dividend declaration to ensure that the original equities acquired are still being held. So our plea to the committee is to move the effective date out by at least 1 year for National Treasury to consider these proposals in more detail with the industry and to work through those examples that we've set out, highlighting the unintended consequences of the amendments. So, Chair, I'm just going to pause there. That's what we wanted to bring to the committee's attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kutse and Madam from BASA. We're skipping the Coronation Fund managers because they're not here to make their presentation. We go to PKF. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you for that. My name is Paul Gehring. I'm the chairman of the PKF South Africa National Tax Committee. I am sharing the screen. I'm not sure if that's coming through as yet. PKF is a firm of... Is it coming through? PKF is a firm of chartered accountants and business advisors. We're a mid-tier audit firm, and our client base is primarily the owner-managed entrepreneurial business. I'm here to address 4 issues. The first being the solar issue, focusing initially on the rooftop solar. So we are very appreciative of the decision of National Treasury to introduce this rebate, and we don't have any issue with the 15,000 Rand rebate. But what we do propose is that for the rooftop solar, it's based on the total invoice for the solar-based system and not just for the solar panels installed. So if we have a high net worth tax individual who is going to put 200 or 300,000 Rands worth of solar on their roof, they will certainly qualify for the 15,000 Rand rebate. But if you have somebody in a middle-class environment who's putting just a 60,000 Rand installation, maybe 4 panels, a battery, and the necessary installation costs, then they won't benefit in full from the 15,000 Rand installation, but they actually do need it more. So in our view, for both ease of administration, ease of compliance, so that one doesn't have manipulation of the cost of what constitutes the solar panel and what constitutes the rest, that one works on the actual invoice for the installation with the same capping of 15,000 Rand. With regards to both the rooftop and the business solar initiatives, we are already 6 months into the process, and the rooftop solar initiative ends on the 28th of February 2024, and the business on the 28th of February 2025. In our view, these should both be extended for another year. We are in a critical emergency time in our economy. We all need electricity. We don't have sufficient electricity. This rooftop solar initiative and the business initiative will stimulate the economy. The reward for the economy will be far greater than the contribution by National Treasury to the costs of the 15,000 and the enhanced business allowance. But we need it, and we need it urgently. There hasn't been sufficient taxpayer education. There hasn't been sufficient take-up. And it's unfortunate that as a country, we always have these fantastic ideas, but are let down in the implementation. We had the same issue yesterday on the two-pot system, a problem about delays in implementation. Once again here, we do not have enough time to properly deal with taxpayer education to ensure that the take-up is as much as it ought to be. Practice Note 31 and the new potential 11 capital G section deals with the deduction of interest paid against interest received. It's a practice that has been there since the dawn of our democracy. It created certainty and stability in the tax legislation, which are key cornerstones of a good tax system. To simply deny this deduction of interest against interest received where somebody is not trading is not a sound policy. When you have a small business, they can't fund the business directly themselves in that new company. They need to borrow from their own bond in order to invest in their company. And the problem with this is that without this Practice Note 31 allowance and deduction, the cost of their interest will increase dramatically. They either will not get a deduction in their company for the interest actually incurred, or they will pay interest themselves and the bank will also pay tax on the interest received. We have a double taxation situation. Small businesses can't borrow directly in that new company, or they can at prime +3 or prime +4. But if they take out their bond and introduce these funds into the company, they'll be able to do that at an interest rate of prime or prime -1. So why are we trying to push up the cost of doing business in a small business when we always say that small business is going to generate jobs and is the cornerstone of the new job creation facilities? We need to ensure that we either retain Practice Note 31 and scrap the current proposal, or that the current proposal be redrafted to properly include all the necessary beneficiaries of Practice Note 31. The non-resident beneficiaries of South African trusts have always paid tax on the taxable income distributed to them as we tax this on a source basis. So we understand the policy rationale for excluding capital gains, because those would not have been subject to tax in the hands of the non-resident. But we feel that it is discriminatory and inequitable to disregard this flow-through principle in respect of non-resident beneficiaries of South African trusts who would ordinarily be subject to tax on that income in South Africa. We don't see a need to change the tax system in the context of all of the additional knowledge and requirements of both the master and SARS to adhere to the grey listing. We know who those non-resident beneficiaries are. The details are disclosed in the tax return of the trust, and so there's no reason for this change in the legislation. The last issue is the registration of the foreign employers. Now, a South African taxpayer who is working for a foreign employer currently pays their tax through the provisional tax system. This provision was created a number of years ago to ensure that these taxpayers account for the tax on their remuneration. Why do we now want to go and increase the cost to that foreign employer by including UIF and SDL and all the other administrative compliance costs? In fact, how will we even enforce these people to register as employers, and how will we enforce the payment of those taxes when they don't have a presence in South Africa other than their employees, which was the original reason why the inclusion in the provisional tax system for those employees was introduced. The rationale on the previous matter of the non-resident beneficiaries was because of a lack of recoverability from those beneficiaries. But here we now want to introduce a new law to ensure that foreign employees fall within an administrative system that we will not be able to enforce. We must be very careful not to do anything to reduce the levels of our employment here, and those foreign companies are assisting in that by employing South African residents. Let's not chase those South African residents away to that foreign employer. Let's rather keep them here, paying tax and spending their money in South Africa. I thank you for the opportunity of making this submission.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We now go to Said. Let's see. Are you there?
All right, I am there. I'm just waiting for Kitu to assist me by putting up the slides. So she's in the background. I will pull that together shortly. Kitu, how are you coming?
Imminently sharing the slides now, Keith.
Oh, you're good? Always good
Please
to hear.
let me know if you can see them.
I'm not seeing, oh, it's popping up. You're doing great. Okay, thank you. Okay, everyone, appreciate it. Kitu, again, thanks for the great job on all this work. You are excellent. Okay, let's skip the first slide and we get to it because our time is short. Again, we thank you for the opportunity. I can see we've got quite a big group here. Next slide, Kitu. Okay, let's talk about the big issue, Practice Note 31. The problem is that SARS has identified the wrong problem here. If you take a look at 11A, 11A limits your deductions to trade. The problem is 11A is antiquated. It dates back many, many years when we did not have an expanded income tax base. We've extended the tax base quite substantially in the last 25 years, but in this case, we haven't expanded the deduction. Now, when you look at the income tax, it's based on net profit. It is your net profit that you should be taxed on, not your gross. And if you take a look at modern tax systems, they do give you a deduction for investment income against investment income. So they know that investment income cannot be taxed on a gross basis. So if I make 100 Rand and it costs me 95, it should only be taxed on the 5 net profit. That's what income tax conceptually is about. And the problem is 11A only gives you deduction against trade, but not against your non-trade productive income, often referred to as investment income. Practice Note 31 was trying to provide some relief for the weaknesses in 11A. So the point is we have to go back to 11A and expand it. There is no abuse for taxing on net. So if I make 100 and I pay out 95, I make a profit of 5. But under this proposal, I'm going to be taxed at my top rate, could be 27% or 45%, which means that I'm actually losing money. You're not supposed to be taxed where you make the transaction impossible. So this investment income thing comes up in a lot of places. It's not just back-to-back loans. with companies. It's also shareholder directors of professional bodies. It's people who've set up their own companies. It's also in the REIT industry. You borrow money to buy REIT units. So the problem is we need a new 11A for investment income. And there, in order to stop the abuse, you should limit the investment deduction to the corresponding income. That's it. There is nothing more abusive about it. And I agree with the group that when it comes to issues of exempt parties, you have 23M. So again, there's a conceptual problem here. And what we're doing is we're making the conceptual problem worse by removing practice note 31. Okay, next. Okay, solar business incentive. This incentive, I think the business generally supports it. The biggest issue is the 2-year period. The bottom line is the incentive, it does more than 12B because it goes after the bigger projects. And the problem is big projects take a while to become productive and going. So right now they've got to bring these projects into use within a 2-year period. And for big projects, that's not possible. They can sign the contract in a 2-year period, but they're not able to bring them into use. So if you really want the big projects, which is going to be in manufacturing and mining, which is the core of this incentive, we need to either extend the time or we need to say the 2-year period is based on entering into a contract as opposed to productive use. Okay, next one. Okay, leasing option for solar. Now, one of the problems with the solar incentive is solar for residential is very, very expensive. And really, I think it's only the upper middle and the rich that are able to afford these solars. They're going to cost you, a good one is 200 to 250,000 Rand for a house. Some people try to get cheap. If you take a look at the newspapers, there are a lot of fly-by-nighters that are selling garbage. We don't want to encourage that. But one option that is available to people in the middle is a leasing option. And the rules have really been designed with ownership in mind without this leasing option there. And so what we need to do is adjust this incentive to help the middle on leasing. And then I would also agree with others who'd say, why are you limiting this to a 1-year period? Especially when the law isn't finalized, you really need to extend it for at least another year. Next one. Okay, now there's a lot of discussion on 23M. And what 23M does is it limits your interest deductions to 30% of your earnings before interest, taxes, and depreciation. Now, this has fallen into vogue in many countries. The problem with this amendment is twofold. As a general matter, it's a bit over-restrictive. And we see that our 23M is going beyond the international norm. So to include currency, foreign currency in the limitation, I haven't seen that elsewhere. And the linkage between foreign currency and interest is far from exact. So I really think we're stretching it by we're trying to purify it further. Other issues I have with this proposal is that a lot of times you have active minorities, especially in the BEE area, and not wholly owned subsidiaries. And this amendment is again going too far, but let's leave that one aside. I think the currency amendment is going way too far. The other issue that we've had, a long-standing problem since 2013, is the real estate industry, the unlisted REITs. Now, when we're talking about unlisted REITs, the bulk of this is with pension funds and with insurers. So in the simple case, the problem is that we have pension funds that are exempt, but pension fund investments have multiple things. They have shares and bonds of various kinds, plus what they have is they have property. But property, for governance reasons, doesn't work directly in the pension entity itself. The pension itself cannot hold the property. It needs to hold it through a subsidiary. And the way to get around the problem then is that all of the pension fund's investment is exempt, but for the property in the pension subsidiary. And the practical way around it was with dual linked debentures. And 23M has cut that practical link off. Same thing with the pension funds for the insurers. They're also being treated differently by putting it in a subsidiary. And the bottom line is they need to be a subsidiary for regulatory reasons, but the tax system needs to be extended so the same relief applies to pensions and to insurers' subsidiaries holding property. You can do it through 23M or you can do it another way. The reason why this issue is coming up is that we see that there's been no action for 10 years. We keep being promised the coffee bill, and they are doing a good job there, but that bill keeps getting delayed and even its implementation. So by the earliest, the change will be another 3 years. So either we do an adjustment temporarily for 23M, or we actually fix the problem for insurers and pension funds. The bottom line is the diversity of investment. We're talking about shares, bonds. The full diversity includes property, and property should not be taxed higher than the other forms of investment. When it comes to these areas, what effectively you're doing is you're getting double tax. So in the simple case of a pension, now they're being taxed in the pension fund and they're being taxed again on withdrawal. And 23M is really just designed to go after foreigners who are wholly exempt, not parties that are ultimately going to be taxed twice. Thank you. Next one. Okay, CFC foreign business establishment. Now this one is a very contentious issue. The problem is that the coronation case is a unique industry. Now, what has happened is the Revenue Service has won in the appellate court. And they've won the foreign business establishment that the primary business was regulation and not investment. Now, Treasury has gotten nervous and they're about to change the law. My question is why? If you've won the court case, there is no reason to change the law. One, once you have a court case in your favor, you've strengthened the law. So to come up with a new rule, you're simply reopening yourself to further abuse. And two, you're disrupting the whole industry based on an exception. The primary concept of providing relief, if the primary business is active, that concept is an international concept. They often use the word
You
core.
have just less than a minute left.
Okay. So the bottom
Just to
line,
conclude.
you change the law when the court is in your favor. Next one. Okay. Sticking. Trust. One, we understand the need to make sure that the tax system is protected if trusts distribute to foreigners. The problem is you're taxing the trust and not the foreigner. And as a result, you're creating double taxation. This is not only for ordinary revenue, but for capital gain. So if you're going to tax this, you need to put it in the form of withholding tax so that when foreign countries impose the tax, they can give double tax relief and not have double taxation. Next one. This is probably the last one. Local registration for foreign employers. We have a big problem here. A lot of times people come here momentarily. And the question is, do we want to tax them or not? And on the one hand, if you want to tax them, great. But the problem in all international tax is that you're going to chase people away. In this amendment now, what's happening is if a foreign person, if a foreign company sends somebody for a short work trip for 2 weeks, now what's going to happen is the foreign employers are going to have to register and and these foreign people are going to be taxed. And we have to make a very clear line of who we want to tax and who we don't. And some of them, it's too nominal and it's not worth it. The moment you tax them, they run away. So this is not the only issue that needs to be changed. We also need to look at source for foreign visitors. And then on that note, I think my time is up.
Thank you, South African Institute of Taxation. We're now off to Saika. Are you here?
We are here, thank you.
Okay, your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. I'm glad the Parliament is back face to face, and hopefully before the final recess next year, we will be able to join you. Honourable Members, I'm Peter Faber from the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants. With me, my colleague Lesedi Seforo, who will deal with the tax laws amendment changes. Chair, we'll be looking at 3 matters: policy matters, technical amendments, and matters not in the bill. We'll try and deal with. Chair, under the policy matters, I think the one thing that we do want to talk about are 2 issues of capacitation of National Treasury, starting off with. And I think coming from the information, I think from a staffing perspective specifically, National Treasury is under quite a lot of strain. And if you look at their 23-24 annual performance report back, things like research papers, etc., and you'll see at the end of our presentation, some of those are outstanding. They note they have 113 that have to be conducted by the end of the year. So obviously, it's quite important. And then there's quite a lot of senior management, and especially within the tax economic space, that there are quite key critical positions. Chair, and I think that is having an impact, and I think it's something that this committee does need to look at, and we hope that per our recommendations, that it is something that this committee will look at as to the capacitation of National Treasury. Then just as to procedure, last year we raised the issue of feedback, and this committee asked and requested National Treasury to get back on the matters that were never given feedback on, so the things that were not in the legislation itself. And in that regard, a meeting was held, and we thank National Treasury. But I think as a matter of process, nothing's been scheduled again, and it needs to be obviously after the budget. I think that the bigger problem is there's no public record of responses to go back to and saying, but we have responded, this is what it is, and this is the position. And where the line the minister decides is used, I think it's quite important that people know what the minister has decided and that there is a record, like we have in Parliament, what was said and not said. And in this regard, we ask the committee to then implore National Treasury and the minister in this regard. On the technical matters, I'll deal with some of the tax administrative matters, Chair. First is auto assessments. So this is something we've raised in Parliament before. When it was first instituted in 2021, SARS told us it was only a proposal, their words, and suddenly in 2022, they've turned it into estimate assessments and changed the whole nature of what it is, what they initially rolled out. The reason why that is concerning, and we've made various submissions to Treasury, SARS, and to this committee on it before, is that estimate assessments are a punitive section. The 2020 amendments, including reduced, does not fix that problem. And if you look at the difference in process between a normal assessment process and an estimate process, the one is meant to be punitive because it's supposed to address non-compliance. It's not supposed to be addressed to the most vulnerable part of society. Chair, in this regard, we look at the scope of the problem. So there's been a lot of data problems, a lot of incorrect taxpayers selected, and even the current amendment that has been tabled retrospectively, and that's, as we have noted before to SARS, is to correct the fact that there is no legislation for the Commissioner to issue a general notice currently that they're trying to correct. There's a lot of third-party data, and hopefully, if you look at it, you'll also see in the process that there's an unfortunate incentive in the auto-assessment process to divert or defer the cash flows based on the accounting. So again, we hope that National Treasury should consult and actually bring in a specific provision to deal with this development. We're not necessarily against it, but also that the Standing Committee asks us to report back on the state of data errors and their correction in the proceedings. Chair, then we want to deal with tax-exempt entities. Quite a lot of obligation being imposed on them in the last 18 months. A lot of it was driven by the FATF amendments. A lot of legislation, and I think what is clear from the engagements we've had is these entities are not coping and these entities are not able to implement. The latest one is obviously looking at getting checks in place and disqualifying certain people by looking at lots of legislation. You see all the legislative requirements that they'll have to check now, probably on an annual basis. And we're not against the proposal. What we're concerned about is the timing, given all the other requirements currently. And I think it is important to note that this vulnerable part of society, they were not responsible for the fact that this is being implemented over 18 months. That was a delay from government. And then that SARS and NT should actually report back on the implementation hurdles for the exemption, especially our public benefit organizations. Chair, then from my side, the last point I want to make, it's already been spoken about on the foreign employers and the individuals. And I think the one that we want to deal with is, Keith already noted the inbound and the temporary person, but there's also another scenario, namely the outbound. So the way the legislation is currently worded, it'll essentially catch a South African tax resident working in the UK for a UK employer. And I think these have been in the discussions with Treasury brought up, both these examples, and we hope that they would then cover. I think the other is, if we are going to tax foreign employers here, currently there's multiple administrative proceedings to get this done, and we need to come up with an easier way of doing it. I think unlike with the e-services, where we were targeting big multinationals like Netflix and Amazon, there are a lot of smaller entities dealing here, and the compliance level therefore might be less. I'm going to then hand over, Chair, to Mr. Sapporo.
Thank you, honorable members. Mr. Sapporo from SAICA. The first matter we'll be looking at is the renewable energy incentive, the enhanced deduction. As everybody else has said, this is a 2-year proposal. So there are a lot of projects that are currently stuck in the pipeline because a lot of the incentive is meant to benefit the larger projects, which will do a lot to add to the electricity grid. One of our concerns is that the wording is unclear over whether or not it will apply to batteries and inverters. So our request is that it apply to those things. It must include batteries and incentives and inverters, and it must include that wording in the legislation. Currently, that issue is uncertain. Everybody else has spoken about Practice Note 31. Why it is from 1994. Why is it important? Because it is a SARS practice that allows a deduction where the entity is not trading. Currently, the tax law is that if you want a tax deduction, you will only get it if the expenditure is in respect of trade. So if you borrow money, there you go. Yes. So SARS last year, December, said they are withdrawing the practice note. There's a new section in the Income Tax Act to effectively replace Practice Note 31, but we're saying that it's not doing a good enough job. We will show an example that shows the difference between Practice Note and the new legislation there. If you start a small business, you borrow money from the bank, you pay interest to the bank, and then you on-lend to a business that you may have started. This example shows that in the current Practice Note 31, you will not pay any tax because you get the deduction of the interest expense to offset against the interest income. But with the new section, you will pay tax because you will not be allowed that tax deduction. What are we asking for? We are asking for the practice note to include individuals as well as partnerships and other types of taxpayers, and not just companies within a group. Currently, the new section does not do that. And then we are saying that please delay this amendment to after 2020, to around 2025, and give stakeholders a chance to talk further and deal further with this. The control foreign company exemption. Currently, if you are a foreign company and you have a proper office overseas, you will not pay.
You have 1 minute left, 1 minute to round off.
We are saying our recommendation is that wait for the coronation constitutional case for the matter to be dealt with before you do change the legislation. Let's move on to home office expenses. Currently, there's uncertainty in this area. The discussion document was promised by South National Treasury to deal with this issue, but we are waiting for that because there's a problem with the deduction of interest on the bond. Okay, so we are saying please release the discussion paper. We are also going to the learnership allowances for companies that are employing a lot of learners. And again, it is meant to expire pretty soon at 2024. We haven't heard anything from Treasury. There's nothing in the draft bills about extending this learnership allowance. And we are saying that can Treasury please provide those discussion documents and alleviate some of the concerns in that regard. Thank you, Chair. That's my time.
Thank you very much. We now on to PwC. 10 minutes. That's now.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to share my screen. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry, apologies, that took me a few minutes. Guess I'm a little bit technologically challenged these days. So I'm Carl Mandy, I'm Tax Policy Leader at PwC. There are just two items that I want to deal with for the purpose of this presentation. Of course, we have made a written submission as well, which includes other items, some of which have been discussed by other presenters today, such as around solar, and some of which have not. For example, around diesel refunds for the generation of electricity. That is a particular area where the latter I'm referring to, where we have a particular concern. And I would encourage the members to please read that submission as well. Just on to Practice Note 31, I don't intend to go through all of this in detail. You've heard a number of other speakers talk about this, and certainly SART did a very good job in terms of explaining what the issue is around Practice Note 31 is concerned, and the concerns in that regard. What I do want to highlight, though, is just a few issues, and perhaps share one example with members that may resonate with them. So as a general principle, I just want to highlight that there's nothing wrong with the principles as articulated in Practice Note 31. The outcome of those principles is the correct outcome, and we certainly support the codification of those principles into the income tax law and the subsequent withdrawal of Practice Note 31 in that regard, once that codification has taken place. It is correct that it should be in the law, and certainly it's not correct that matters of tax policy and law should be codified through practice notes or interpretation notes by SARS itself. There is, however, a fundamental problem with what Treasury is proposing. As you've heard from others, the principle is that it is profits that should be subject to tax and not gross income. And the problem that we face with what Treasury has proposed in the draft legislation is that the relief, if you like, that's provided insofar as the trade requirement is concerned around interest income and expenditure incurred in the production of that interest income is extremely narrow and leaves very significant gaps. Those gaps are, as I said, are significant. We've given a few examples here, and they are just a few examples. There are many examples that would not be covered by that scenario. But I said I'd give one example that may resonate with members. And that is a situation where, for example, a parent gives a loan, borrows money from a bank, and lends that money to a child for whatever purposes. That might be to enable the child to finance, buy a house, to buy a car, to finance studies, whatever that might be. And why would parents do that? And again, I said this might resonate with you. Well, the fact of the matter is, in most situations, parents are able to either borrow money where a child cannot borrow money, or they can borrow money on better terms than the child can borrow that money. And that's a common situation that we face. Much of the discussion has been around this has been directed at the situation of indirect borrowing of funds to finance businesses or for business purposes, but it just illustrates this example that it extends far beyond just borrowing money for business purposes. So we certainly agree with the suggestion by others that Practice Note 31 and principles in Practice Note 31 should be fully incorporated into the legislation, and we agree with the suggestion of others that actually should take place next year. So it should be delayed and not bring it into this year's legislation for further consideration and consultation with stakeholders. The other item that I want to focus on, and unfortunately other presenters have perhaps run out a little bit of time, so maybe I will have a little bit more time on this one, is around the FBE exemption and the proposals insofar as that's concerned. So in essence, what Treasury are proposing to do is to strengthen, maybe those are the words that they would use, but significantly change the requirements in order to qualify for the FBE exemption. So what does the FBE exemption in principle do? Well, what it does is essentially say that, well, if you've got an active business, provided that you've got appropriate and sufficient substance, we will give you an exemption from the imputation of income, active income of a CFC into the hands of the South African resident shareholders. That principle is well established in CFC regimes around the world. Notwithstanding that, South Africa's CFC regime is already amongst the most onerous of CFC regimes of any that we have certainly have looked at. One of the principles is to seek a balance between protecting the South African tax base and international competitiveness. But because South Africa's CFC regime is already one of the most onerous, already South African multinationals are on the back foot when it comes to international competitiveness when you have regard to our CFC regime. What Treasury has proposed now will make us even less competitive, and in fact, far less competitive than is the current situation. So the proposed amendment, in effect, is that all important functions of a CFC must be, for which the CFC is compensated, must be performed by the CFC itself, in essence. Unfortunately, in practical terms, that effectively amounts to a banning of any outsourcing of any important function, whether to third parties or to related parties, whether related in a loose sense or related very closely in the sense of being part of the same group of companies. That, in essence, amounts to Treasury dictating to companies how they should run their businesses. Now, as other speakers have suggested already, is that most businesses, if not all, will outsource some element of their value chain. Examples of that would be selling to customers through agencies, where those are agents, or again, related parties or third-party agents, the outsourcing of logistics, including, for example, the delivery of goods to customers, and then such functions as information technology or other centralized group functions, such as procurement, finance, and R&D. The fundamental truth is that businesses do not conduct all the important functions that happen to reside within those businesses or that relate to those businesses. The reality now is that if you outsource just one of those functions, you will fail the FBE requirements and you will not be able to take advantage of those. Hence the reason why I've said this effectively amounts to a repeal of the FBE exemption for most businesses, and that would leave them only being able to rely on the high tax exemption, meaning all the profits of a CFC that are in lower tax jurisdictions and hence don't qualify for that high tax exemption would have to be imputed and taxed in South Africa, and hence the reason why I said that it makes South African multinationals far less competitive than their counterparts in other countries. You've already heard the comments around the coronation case. What I will say, in addition to the comments you've already heard, is that dispute is primarily a factual one around what constitutes the primary business of the CFC in question. The SCA, in its judgment, has made it clear that you cannot outsource your primary business or your primary operations, to use the language that's actually used in the legislation itself. So the proposed amendments are not necessary, and they will have very significant
1 minute
unintended policy consequences. Thank you, Chair. That is me. I don't need that additional minute or 45 seconds now that are remaining. I will leave the opportunity now to others. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter Lucy. The last presenter will be Bosa, but I'm informed that there's lunch already outside, Chair. Maybe people could treat themselves to a working lunch. while we continue. Musa?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you also to members for granting us this opportunity to be able to present on behalf of USA. Okay, just to say that my name is Pulegani Mate. I am with my colleagues Yvonne van der Westhaven, Happy Kambule, who will assist with parts of the presentation. May I just ask for an indication of whether you can see my screen?
Yes.
We can see.
Thank you. Okay, our presentation is in two parts, but we will move through it very quickly. The first one deals with the proposed amendments that are contained in Section 9D, which deals with the FBE definition. And the second part of the presentation deals with the carbon offset regulations. Just by way of introduction, so WUSA is a confederation of business organizations. Our members include corporate associations and sectoral organizations. We exist to promote transformation and creation of an environment where businesses of all sizes can prosper and be competitive. We welcome the opportunity to present on these two items that I've already alluded to. This slide, Chair, just indicates the areas that we are commenting on. I should say at this point that we have submitted very detailed comments, and this presentation merely summarizes those comments that we have submitted. So just to make a point that has already been made by other presenters, in particular the one before me, is that the importance of policy and legislation is to create a stable environment through consistent tax policy. We believe that the proposed changes begin to create a sense of instability. In other words, it affects the much needed stability that I think exists until now. We believe that the proposed changes will be detrimental to multinational enterprises that in terms of conducting their business in a most commercial and cost-efficient manner. As has already been indicated, these proposed changes amount to almost banning outsourcing, when in fact it has become part of doing business throughout the world. We think it also kind of goes overreaches and starts to prescribe how legitimate foreign business operations should be operated, whereas the recommendations of the OECD G20 and even the Davis Tax Committee came to a conclusion that our system is very sophisticated and comparable to other G20 countries, and therefore there's no need to strengthen it. We think that, as has been mentioned, these proposals will make our MMEs not competitive in terms of the wording of the proposed changes as they currently stand. We think they will stifle economic growth and could even lead to a loss of skills and capacity that we require in South Africa, and that will result in shrinking the tax base. We also are of the view that it could affect even the listing of companies who may consider moving some of the functions offshore based on the wording and the current definition. We go on to give examples of some of the types of businesses that are likely to be affected by or functions that are likely to be affected by this proposed changes, because functions that companies outsource would include things like shipping and logistics, manufacturing and customer services, research, etc. And we think that the proposed changes doesn't take into account the fact that throughout the past decade, there's been major changes in the way that many businesses operate, with many companies no longer manufacturing products or owning inventory. So some of the business models that are likely to be affected are listed on this slide, and I won't go through all of them, but they include businesses that sell goods or services through the agency of another entity, or a business that subcontracts part of the customer contract to another entity, outsourcing of customer support functions, centralized procurement, consulting contracts, etc. These are some of the business models that are likely to be affected by this. And we think that the current regime, as it were, is sufficient. But if we tamper with it, there's a risk that companies will move holding companies abroad or delist from the JSE, which will affect the economy and potentially new investments in South Africa. The other issue that we address in our presentation in some detail in our submission relates to the changes in the dates or the effective date of these changes. We believe that that is problematic, and we will make suggestions of what our recommendations in that regard will be. And just to say that we propose that the current wording of the FBE definition should be retained. We believe it is adequate. It strikes the right balance between protecting the tax base, but also enabling South Africa's multinationals to compete offshore. We also believe that the current definition, if it is to change, well, we are of the view that there should be consultation with industry, and that any proposals should not hinder legitimate FBEs. Any potential amendment in terms of the exemption in Section 9D should be deferred to allow for comprehensive research and consultation, as well as the outcomes of the coronation case, as has been mentioned by previous speakers. And we believe that the proposed current effective date that is anticipated should not apply. It should be deleted until more research has been done on the potential impact on the country and the economy arising from these proposals. We also contend that the current legislation and specific transfer pricing rules have been sufficient to protect the fiscus against the so-called postbox scams, and that they should not, that they are not necessary and should not be removed. And just to then move to part 2 of our submission, I'm going to invite my colleague Happy to just talk to these 4 items quickly before we run out of time. So Happy.
Right.
Happy has 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Yes, I'll be quick. So Chair, I think just to be clear is that our issues will cover specifically the carbon-related sections within the TLAB. Broadly, Chair, we as business, we support an efficient mitigation financial system that works towards reducing emissions and bring us in line with a low carbon economy and a climate resilient society. For us, it is crucial that the response, at least in the legal sense, covers a number of aspects. Now, the first one is that there seems to be a misalignment in terms of the extension that was provided for by National Treasury in the last TLAB in respect of the first phase of the carbon tax, meaning that it ends in 2025, the 31st of December in 2025, with the last eligible credits being appraised or being realized on the 31st of July 2026. And the fact that the actual carbon budget allowance as well as the offsets allowance are only available up until December 2024. So for us, it is clear that there is a misalignment, and we would seek alignment between the period of the first phase of the carbon tax extension, which ends on the 31st of December 2025, with the actual available allowances also extending up to that period. The reason for this, Chair, is that currently we also have a situation where companies have the ability to access the allowances, but because the TLAB wasn't effectively passed with this extension in mind last year, what has happened is that there has been a difference in how SARS treats these available allowances, as well as what is available in terms of the mitigation system that is being proposed and being implemented by the Department and National Treasury. So that alignment is necessary. In terms of the way forward, Chair, we think that a harmonization of the mitigation system between the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, including SARS and National Treasury, needs to occur, because what is occurring now is that there is misalignment with the actual methodological approach from the mitigation component system, meaning that how the DFFE treats the extension as well as the methodology that deals with greenhouse gas emissions is different from the financial mitigation system, which is being implemented by National Treasury through SARS. So with this, we would like that the TLAB actually provides that alignment, and that we do have a seamless transition into the second phase, which will happen post 2025. And in fact, Chair, just closing remarks is that we support the efforts by government to enable a shift towards a low carbon economy, and that the concerns and uncertainties that we are detailing above need to be addressed ASAP, so that we can begin to capitalize the necessary tax liabilities, but also to access the allowances that are there. So for us, the concerns and the underlying rationale should be clarified to avoid ambiguity and confusion, and that this misalignment and inconsistency is addressed so that we can actually go through the just transition that we speak about. Over, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. That is our submission.
Thank you. That takes care of the presentations by the second set of stakeholders. Now we're off to item 5. The presentations are much appreciated. As we check on the platform whether there aren't any hands from any honorable members who would like to raise some questions, comments. I note Honorable Mani. I will start with you, sir, before I come to the physical members in the House. Honorable Mani.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, once again, I want to welcome all the presentations once more. I must comment on the quality of the presentations. Been very good, and I also could sense good faith in all the presenters in terms of the issues that they are raising. Chairperson, because of time, I want to just mention 2 points. One, just to give comfort to all the presenters here, that they mustn't feel that they're being rushed. We've got all these presentations here, and we are going to get stuck into them, and we have been already, and we're also getting advice as it were. So please just don't think that the 10 minutes that you have is all that we have to work with. This was just an opportunity for you to just highlight 1 or 2 things. And therefore, Chairperson, in that spirit, I'm just going to ask that each member that is presented here, can they just make a commitment to submit to this committee? Because maybe there isn't enough time to go through here, but I want them to do a brag sheet in terms of what is the trajectory of employment before all of these changes
You're breaking, Honorable Mani, maybe you can switch off your video for better quality. Honorable Mani, you
I
are
want to
breaking
ask
off.
all members, and I don't want to ambush anyone. Can you hear me
Please
better now?
switch off. Thank you. Can
Is it
continue.
better now?
Much better,
Yeah.
yes.
No,
Thank
I
you.
want to just ask all the okay. I just want to ask all the presenters, and I don't want to ambush anyone. Can they make a commitment to submit to this committee their trajectory of employment creation prior to these proposed legislations, proposed amendments, which they think will have impact on that aspect? Can they just give us a break sheet to say, in the past 5 years, this has been the employment trajectory, just so that we can really appreciate the impact that this might have on them? That's the one thing. And also, can they also commit to also giving a trajectory of transformation of ownership in all their areas where they are? What has been the progress in all their areas to make sure that they reflect the racial demographics of South Africa? Can they commit to submit something? If you are ready now with the Brexit, all well and good. If not, this is not an attempt to ambush you. Just make a commitment that in 2 weeks you will submit this trajectory. It's a break sheet, an opportunity for you to shine that you've been part of the progressive agenda of South Africa. And then to say it in particular, I just have one question for them, just to maybe just take us into their confidence and share with us if there are any international trends or approaches in how the matter of dealing with international investors into the country. I'm getting the sense that they are saying, just let these guys trade and go, take nothing from them. And the fact that they use our infrastructure and everything, it's just their good luck and all of that. That's the sense I'm getting, and I might be very wrong. Can they give me comfort that what they're saying is not that all these people that come here must be just allowed to just come and do as they please and then go back without the fiscals getting anything? And the gentleman that sorry, I didn't write the name down here, that was presenting, he said something about the nominal tax. Does he have a quantification of this? Let's just see what is this figure? How nominal is this nominal? Just so we can get a sense and we're on the same picture that we're splitting hairs if we are splitting hairs. Yeah, thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mani. Honorable members, I see Honorable Mabileta, Honorable Maswari, and Honorable Judge, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. I'm only going to comment on what they said about this rooftop solar. And thank you for the presentations. It was very educative. Saipa, you've got concerns here about time period of incentive. You just say you've got a concern about time period incentive. So you don't say from now up to when, or is it long or is it short? Perhaps maybe it will assist if you can just say you think perhaps it should be 3 years, 5 years. And also, you also have the concern, you say, will this incentive have a positive impact as envisioned? I think the impact will only realize after the project is being done, but perhaps maybe we can just guess that will assist. And you also have say, does this incentive align with government and international goals on energy transition and emission management? Okay, and on PKF, you are saying extend the solar for another year due to delays in legislation and taxpayer education. So you are saying we need to have a generic education to everyone, or to only those who are interested in doing this. That is PKF. And for Said, you are saying insistence on the 2-year period is impractical for big business given the large scale of their project. And then big business can alleviate energy prices, but large energy project needs time. You also say, this project needs time. Then you are at least suggesting that they increase to 5 years. So then I think Treasurer will come back and just say something on that one. And Saika, proposal for 2 years. You're also concerned about the proposal of the time. You are saying extend incentive by at least 1 more year. And you also, talking about something interesting here. You are talking about saying for rental, for leasing. This one should also be included, not only for rooftop, but for those who want to lease the solar panel. This is to me, I can imagine that, I just want to lease them for 2 years. So you also want to know why can it be included. So that is only my questions, Chair. So generally speaking, time frame is a problem. You want a proposal. Some say 2 years, some say 1 year, some say 5 years. Then which is which? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moderator. Honorable Mason.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've listened to what appeared, or at least as I listened, a very coordinated and synchronized presentation, in the sense that even though there were different voices to it, it's one and the same thing, the set of concerns really. So I would really reserve comment for the latter part of the engagement going forward. I'm sure we shall we'll have time with Treasury to take on some of the issues that have been raised here. So Chair, for now, thanks. I don't have anything further.
Okay. Honorable Judge.
Thanks very much. It's very clear. Thank you very much for your presentations. I have no questions at this time.
Okay. Chair, just maybe a comment to say that we appreciate the input, the kind words by Honorable Mani at the beginning of his comments or questions in terms of explaining to stakeholders why the 10 minutes. And I think also the fact that stakeholders have also submitted their presentations in writing, and also in terms of the questions that he has raised, I think they are overarching and should really impact on all the stakeholders that have presented, including the earlier ones that presented in the first phase of our questions this morning. The issue of employment creation, the issue of demographics and international trends, I think cuts across all stakeholders, and I think this is the kind of thing that should be responded to by all, if not most of the stakeholders. But I think Honorable Mani had a specific question to one of the presenters, and I want to propose, as he has done as well, that we opt for written submissions, unless, as he proposes, the stakeholders are ready right now to give responses. But let's respond to the questions that have been asked. Honorable Chairperson, you have a question? Are you good? Okay. Stakeholders, who wants to start? Maybe one with specific questions.
If I may, thank you. Just on CIPA, The question just in terms of solar that came up in terms of the request on or the period. Our biggest concern is that there's a number of things that play into the time frame, such as the delay in getting final legislation. There's delay in availability of the products such as solar panels, and there has been supply delays. There's also change in residents and a number of different factors that impact that. Now, when you put forward this legislation, and it's got a very short period in which to take up that opportunity, you're not going to see necessarily the value of what was intended if you don't compensate for all these factors that cause delays. And that's why we are proposing an extension. We are not too concerned whether it is 2 years or 3 years, because that becomes more an issue of policy that Treasury would be better suited to answer than we would be able to. But we're saying is that the intended 1 year that is, for instance, scheduled in there is not sufficient enough time to, considering all of these things, to actually get a true buy-in on what was intended. Also in terms of the objectives or the alignment with government objectives and intentions, is we're saying is that when you put things like this in place, we have to say, well, what are we trying to achieve? We're trying to achieve a situation of where we are reducing the demand on the grid in terms of energy needs, thereby we're trying to encourage each citizen to say, how can I take some of that burden off so that we don't, because that need for electricity is not going to change, and it's going to take time to build capacity. So if we try to encourage people to say, put solar on your house, we're trying to encourage businesses to do solar, then we need to say is, in doing that, we want to try and make it as easy as possible for you to come into that process, which means that even the means of how you finance that, all of these things have to align structurally so that you could take that opportunity, because then you're helping to meet the objectives of reducing demand on the grid. And at the same time, there's the knock-on effect of where we would also be reducing our carbon footprint going forward, because the more we are reliant or create the capacity for us to generate our electricity through solar, the less we are reliant on creating new capacity, building, for instance, using fossil fuels. Thank you.
The second question was posed to PKF, if I might answer that. So the question was on the issue of the time frame, and our view is that there is an urgency for the rooftop solar and for the business incentive on solar. And so one wouldn't want to extend it for too long, but I don't think that there has been sufficient time for the information in respect of this, these incentives to reach the taxpayers in a proper manner, and that's why we propose that they both be extended by a further year. So instead of expiring on 28th February 2024 to expire on 28th February 2025 for the rooftop solar and 28th February 2026 for the business solar. When I talked about taxpayer education, so for instance, I'm from KwaZulu-Natal, and one of our leading radio stations, which broadcasts to over 1 million people, had a show on the issue of the revenue notification of who must provide information. And one of the providers of information in the initial draft was the solar installer, to confirm who they've installed the solar at, in order that revenue could have third-party confirmation. This radio station went on a tirade about how if you provide that information to the solar installer, then you will be subject to an audit. That is negative taxpayer information that negates the benefit of this very important incentive and negates the reason why revenue would have required that third-party information. That was never properly challenged by anybody from revenue or anybody from National Treasury. I don't think there's been a concerted public campaign to say, you need to do all that you can to install solar on your roof. And this is the allowance that we're giving you to do it, because we must all work together to reduce the dependence on the grid. That is taxpayer education, and I don't see that being forthcoming.
Okay. Any more outstanding questions?
I'm trying to answer a question that was raised. If that's okay. The issue was the foreigners coming to visit South Africa. Now, if you've got people who are staying here for an extended period of time and working and parting the economy, those people should be taxed. And I think that's what Treasury and SARS is trying to go for. And they want to make sure that they have control over both the employer and the employee. However, the amendment goes too far. And there are people who come in for a week or two, or they're here very short. All of these people are paid by foreign money. So it's not like South African money is there. For example, a typical case might be, they want to set up an operation here in South Africa, and they just want to explore the opportunity to see whether South Africa is worthwhile. So they might send somebody on a 1 or 2 week pilot project to visit South Africa and say, is it worthwhile setting up an operation here? Or it might be a short work visit, but they're getting paid from money abroad. They're not getting paid by South Africans. So there's no real loss to the fiscus. And the problem becomes is if you tax them, what will happen is they just say, look, we just won't visit South Africa. We won't be on the trading route because I can't afford to be taxed for bringing a guy over 2 weeks to see whether something's viable or for a short work visit. While they're there, they will, spend money and probably they'll pay the VAT and those kind of things. So they'll pay local taxes. But when it comes to foreign employers using foreign money, you don't want to tax these people because simply you're going to lose them. And it's these nominal presents. And the other one that was raised by Peter was the amendment also taxes South Africans who are working in the UK, being paid by a UK employer, and then asking the UK employer to register in South Africa. That doesn't make sense. So it's important to protect your tax base. But when you're talking about quick in and outs, what you're doing is you're actually chasing them away or they simply won't comply. And that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about South Africa losing out where you've got people permanently stationed here.
Yeah. Mr. Retief, don't be outraged. You're scaring us. This is a platform for debate, engagement. We differ, we find each other, we go forward, we seek clarities, we discuss. So don't scare us by being outraged. Everybody has an entitlement to their own opinion. You're right to set the record straight in terms of what you really meant by your comments. Thank you so much. I think the time has now come for me to, you can switch off, Mr. Retief, it's fine. You can switch off. What's happening, I think? It's kids. Oh, okay.
I gotta
Sorry,
switch.
I forgot. Oh, you interbisang, by the way. Okay. I forgot. Thank you so much to everybody. I'll now give over to the chairperson just to make closing remarks and chance the way forward. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Honorable Abra, for holding the fort. Thanks to honorable members for availing yourself for this engagement with the stakeholders. It was quite fruitful. We also benefit a lot from the public getting the inputs because they are there dealing with issues that affect them. And thanks to officials from Treasury for availing yourselves, SARS, other entities, parliamentary support teams that are present here. In terms of the process moving forward, in October, we set a date for the SARS and the National Treasury to come back and respond to all the issues that have been raised since yesterday. And by then, we'll also be preparing for the MTBBS, which I'm told has been postponed to on the first, somewhere the 1st of November. It will no longer be in October. So it's going to be a very busy period in the next term. So stakeholders will be invited to come and listen to the responses from the National Treasury Research. Then as the committee, we take the process forward in terms of the legislative processes until the report is submitted to the National Assembly for adoption. So thanks very much. I'd like to go unless there are announcements before those. Oh, this was, yeah. We'll be going on recess from Friday. Yeah. We are away on recess until the first week of October. Yeah. So until we meet again, the meeting is closed. Thank you. Very well.
Recording stopped.